Finally! Finally I'm going live. Come to waiting, huh? It's been a couple of days. Kept you waiting. It's been a couple of days. So did I ever plug that in? Yes, it is plugged in. Enough! I'm so sorry that it's been so long. Yeah, the smug! As you can see, I added the smug emoji you made for me. Thank you! Do they even still sell the system? That's the thing, is like, do they still sell it? It's linking me to an eBay, but that's empty, so can you even buy the Retro AVS anymore? It may have become such a collector's item that actually has seriously gone up in price. Oh my god, this thing has jumped up in price. Never mind. Holy cow, this has become a collector's item. Y'all, look. Look at freaking eBay. I was like, oh yeah, you don't need to buy a PlayStation 5 or a Switch 2, just play retro games. What the hell? Why has this become such a collector's item? Look at those prices, that's obscene! That's obscene! Gamers can't have nothing, can they? Gamers can't have nothing. I've been using it a lot. Oh, the smuggy emotes. Alright, stream title is a freaking high. We are changing the stream title. Like, look at this! $500? $550? $600? $800 for one that comes with a, what does it come with? An EverDrive? I've already got an EverDrive. Gosh, at this point, just get a Mister. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with the game industry? Well, you've been getting into Final Fantasy 14, huh? Cool. But you've been playing it on computer? Yeah, jeez, that's obscene. At this point, get the, what was it called? The Super Station? The Super Station 1, I think it's called. At this point, just get a Super Station 1 to get the same experience as a Mister. It's obscene. Like, it was my tell being like, ha, retro gaming is cheap. You don't need to spend $80 on video games. Just get an FPGA and a flash card. Let me just go check how cheap it is on eBay in comparison to buying a Switch 2. Looks on eBay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it this much money? I guess when RetroUSB stopped making these, they shot up in price each year. When did they stop making them? Maybe I should sell mine. I could make a mint out of this thing. I like the PvP in Final Fantasy XIV Red Suit. It's really good. The recent thing they made is pretty good. Honestly, I've always liked the PvP in Final Fantasy XIV, but nobody ever played the old one. I don't know why, because I kind of like it. Holy cow, that's insane. Do I need to sell my Retro AVS? I still have the box for it. Because I'm like an OCD, box collector. Like, I'm really bad at, not throwing away boxes, despite the fact everyone in my life, it's like, why do you have so many boxes? So I still have, the manual or whatever. I think it came with a manual. And the box for the Retro AVS, so... should I sell mine? I could just use my Mister. I need the money. I need the money. Should I just, sell it? Between this and my EverDrive, I could probably make some money. Anyone's still buying these things because, jeez. You would sell it? Yeah, maybe I should. I need the money. For that price, I can just make $600 or something between this and my EverDrive. And play these NES games on the Mister. Jeez. Even after selling my house, I'm very broke. I need the money. I'm gonna be right back in just a second. I need to use the bathroom again. And enjoy the extremely crusty black metal in the background. And just so y'all know, I'm here. Here it is. The Retro AVS. It's legit. It's legit. Got a real Nintendo controller too. Remember when Nintendo tried to sue Game Genie? That was so dumb. Anyway, I'll be right back. I just wanted to talk for a second. And Nintendo was suing everyone. Everyone's like, wow, Nintendo's been such a bad company recently. They've always been bad. Everyone's forgotten how bad Nintendo can be because Sony has decided to be the main character recently. They've decided to become the bad guy. And Sony has decided to become the bad guy, but let's not forget that Microsoft and Nintendo are also awful. Even Valve isn't perfect. There's a whole bunch of moderators who basically have a horrible double standard when it comes to visual novels. I would say Valve is the least evil, but they still done some bad stuff. I would say Valve is my least hated in terms of the major video game companies. Valve and Sega. I can forgive most of the idiosyncrasies of Sega and Valve. Sega and Valve aren't perfect, but at least they're not Nintendo or Sony. Okay, I've escaped the bathroom. Sorry if it took so long. At least I'll have some crusty black metal to listen to while I'm, taking my time in there. Decided to also wash my face some, so that's why I took extra time. Hey, Guna! You know, for everyone who's really upset with Sony right now, and understandably so, they've still done some good things that I don't think that Nintendo would ever do. Oh yeah, I'm glad you like it. Navjack made it. Yeah, cleaning your face is important everyday hygiene. A lot of people forget to do this because it's not like as essential as brushing your teeth. You won't literally get rotten teeth, but you will get wrinkles and other skin issues. So, I'm not saying don't dogpile on Sony for what they've done wrong. I just want to keep it into perspective that Microsoft is also bad. Nintendo is also very bad. I mean, in different ways. Sega has done some bad things, especially with, like, the Shining Force series. Sega's done some bad things. Valve has, censored a lot of things, especially visual novels, that didn't deserve being censored, so every one of these companies is flawed, and none of these corporations are your friends. I would say that I appreciate some of the things Sony has done. They stopped doing it, but Nintendo would never put their games on PC, and I appreciate that Sony tried that. If I ever get any of Sony's games, I'm gonna try to get them on PC if I can. I wish they continued. I would love it if they just sold. I wish they did what Sega did and just sell us a bunch of their old ROMs or ISOs. Really, they're ISOs, but close enough. People know what I'm saying if I use the term ROMs. Like, Sega sold us a bunch of their ROMs. Actual ROMs, just actual ROMs from their Sega Mega Drive collection. Genesis Mega Drive collection? Well, I don't know what it was called. That was so cool. That was a way to legally obtain ROMs, do things like play Sonic 3 Air before they did a really nasty move and took Sonic 3 and Knuckles down from that store. Which I do own, mind you. I did buy it before it was taken down. But the fact that it's not available for purchase, that was a bad thing Sega did. But Sony and Nintendo have never allowed you to purchase ROMs on an open platform like Android or Linux or Windows. And Windows is becoming less open anyway. So yeah, I try to not be too biased in favor of one company. In terms of Nintendo, there's two things I like about them as I play these old Nintendo games. Their game design philosophy and their aesthetic, and that's about it. Unfortunately, most developers, like for Sony and other platforms, didn't follow the same design philosophy as Nintendo. Like, how many games are like Mario? How many games are like Zelda? How many games have the look and feel? Like, Nintendo has a trademark look and feel. And I respect that. It's a good aesthetic, it's a good game design philosophy. Maybe they go a little too hard on gimmicks sometimes. But they have solid game design principles, and they have a good aesthetic that's hard to find elsewhere. Not exclusive, but hard to find elsewhere. Like, if I could think of a game that feels kind of like a Nintendo game, that came from another company, I would say it's Namco Bandai's Klonoa series. Feels like it could have been made by Nintendo. you squint. You can still tell it's different, but you know it's got those same, like, principles of design. And the same sort of look that's similar to, like, a Nintendo game. The colorful, cuddly look with some underlying darker themes and solid game design principles. So that seems like it's right in line with a Nintendo game, and you can get that on a PlayStation, you can get that on PC now. Amos! But for the most part, Nintendo is the only game in town that's trying to make games like Pocopia and different things. And unfortunately, I think that they abuse that sometimes, just like Nintendo does. Or, sorry, just like Disney does. I like a lot of Disney things, I like a lot of Nintendo things. Anyway, I don't like having to pay $80 for games. I think this is a bad direction for the industry, and I'm just gonna buy more indie games, honestly. If they're gonna charge $80 for games, I'm just gonna spend money on games from people who are charging less. Isabel kind of one of the things I want on the Switch too, if I ever got one, is Final Fantasy XIV. Apparently Final Fantasy XIV did release on the Switch too. I'm telling you, I'm not a principled person. I don't think I can boycott without, like, having to boycott all video games. Valve has done bad things. Sega has very occasionally done bad things. Microsoft is funding a genocide. Windows 11 is full of spyware. Game Pass has been ruined. Sony is destroying physical media and they're stopped supporting PC. Nintendo is just horrible towards fan creations and emulation and is really mean about their copyright. So who are you supposed to support? It's easy to support Valve, but I don't want to spend $1,000+ on a Steam machine. I don't have that kind of money right now. Itch.io developers, I agree. I agree. Still ticked off that Itch.io removed the comment of Andy and Lele for a while, though. You okay with your own reasons? I feel like if I was gonna boycott one at this point, it would be best to boycott them all. And at that point, it's just like, well, you can't consume nothing. But I do agree. I want to install Linux on all my devices. I've already taken several of my devices and moved over to Linux. I moved over to Arch. I've moved over to Mint. I play a lot of games on my Steam Deck. And I'm trying to move away from, like, unethical platforms. To an extent, but I'm always gonna make exceptions to the rule because I guess I'm morally weak or something. It's like in my heart of hearts I feel like I should become a vegetarian, but I've made exceptions because of a weak amount of willpower. You should also give up your smartphone. See, you can't! You can't, like, become a perfectly moral... What is it they say? There's no ethical consumption under capitalism? The smartphone thing really sucks. I don't even know how I would better support those people, because it's like, wouldn't the better thing to be to, like, support the industries in, like, Africa that aren't exploiting people so that the people who are living there have enough economic independence that they don't have to rely on horrible slave labor? Like, boycotting would work, but, like, building up their economy through, like, supporting direct people who, you know, own their own factories or are growing their own crops or something and are being paid a livable wage would be more ethical, because then they'd be building up their economy. So they wouldn't have to rely on people exploiting them. Like, certain consistent, aren't feasible, aren't actually that good. So am I a bad person then? Is that what you're saying? I just know that I wrestle with the fact that I know the companies I buy and support from are still pretty awful. And it doesn't seem like there's many good options for anything. I accept that my ethics aren't consistent. They are feasible, probably, but not very. It would be a very difficult life to live without video games or smartphones or electronic devices or any of those things. And I don't know whether my ethics are that good. It's more like that it's difficult to be feasible. It is feasible, but very, very difficult. Could be better phrase or open to being improved. Probably. I mean, which is it for me? It's like I feel bad when I continue to support Nintendo and other things, but I know I have a weak enough willpower that sometime I'm gonna eat a burger. Or sometime I'm gonna do this because it's hard. Willpower is hard, and dopamine deprivation is very hard. Standing on principles in terms of boycotting is so hard. Oh, I froze. Oopsie. All I know is that I'm not happy with Nintendo, or Sony, or Microsoft, and all for different reasons. Nintendo are copyright bullies. Sony is destroying physical media. And Microsoft is supporting the death of innocent people. From the country that shall not be named. Dopamine stuff is fake. What dopamine stuff is fake? The reason that I streamed the new Mario Kart game, despite being kind of ticked at Nintendo, is number 1. I really wanted to play it. Number 2. My roommate Agwin already purchased the game, so I was like, well, she already bought the game digitally, so it's not like it could be sold, and I don't know if she considers it for me, or for us, or for her, or what, but they have both of those. I can't force her not to purchase Nintendo products. And in the grand scheme of things, there's worse companies doing worse things. Arguably, in terms of overall morals, what Microsoft is doing is worse than Nintendo. All I know is that as a customer who enjoys things, Nintendo ticks me off, and I feel like they are really bad for game preservation. They act like Disney does. They're bad in the same way Disney is bad. Oh yeah, dopamine fasting. I don't know. All I know is that, you know, it's hard to, you know, it's hard to have the willpower to do without something that is a reliable source of dopamine, such as playing a game you enjoy, or eating a food you think is really tasty, and having the ethical consistency to be like, no, I shouldn't purchase from this company, or no, I shouldn't eat meat, or things like that. I don't like it. I think that both of me and Julie have talked about trying to, instead of going cold turkey, to try to reduce meat consumption. It's a really complicated thing. I feel guilty for my lack of willpower. I'm thinking about eating a cheese factory. With natural stuff, huh? For instance, I recently made a chili and it was already in the freezer, so I used some Sausage because we didn't have any beef. And Julie doesn't want to buy beef because it's expensive. Beef is way, way overpriced. So we just don't buy beef. But there was some really cheap, sausage, like chorizo. Like flavored chorizo that was probably gonna go bad soon anyway. It was like 60% off or something. And I used that instead of just making bean chili because, number one, beans give me a horrible stomach ache. And number two, beef chili tastes way better than bean chili to me. And I hate that. Anyway, I definitely think about that every time I think about buying, like, a Nintendo game. Because in my opinion, it's just... I'm still upset at Nintendo, and now I'm upset at Sony. So it's like, I'm upset at Microsoft, I'm upset at Nintendo, I'm upset at Sony. In some ways, I'm upset at Sega and Valve, just to the least degree of all these companies. I wish that Sega would jump back into the console game. Wouldn't it be nice if, like, Sega would return and make the Dreamcast too? Here's a free piece of advice. Call your next console the Dreamstar. The Dreamstar. That could be their name for the Dreamcast too. I would love a new Dreamcast. Like a new console. On the video game companies that are ethical. I guess so. I think this is a very emotional thing more than like an ethical thing too, because I'm irritated at things that Nintendo have done. Personally. In the grand scheme of things, it's probably not the worst thing. Probably the one that's doing the most harm to human beings is probably Microsoft. What? What? No. Are you squidding me? I did it again! Alright, we're going into the retro category while I fix this crap. As this is turning into a just chatting stream, I was gonna do that. Why does this keep happening? I am so ticked off right now. I am so ticked off right now. I didn't even change anything. I didn't even change anything. Is novelty not pleasure? Pleasure is serotonin. Okay, then serotonin, I don't know. I guess you could say dopamine is what I get out of things like, you could say that I get dopamine out of doom scrolling. Because it's like stimulates the brain, despite the fact that it like makes me feel bad. It's like, oh, give me that dopamine hit. Make my brain excited by novelty. And the novelty is like, the world is going to hell! Everything is horrible! It's like, oh yeah, stimulate my brain. With bad things. Serotonin's probably like the... All I know is I really like a lot of Nintendo games and characters. Hard to live without certain things. And I know I'm not gonna give up on Sony neither. Though I do want to play more retro. Anyway, I was just about to start this and now look. Hey, Nav? What do you think is wrong with my EverDrive? Because this was not a problem. I changed absolutely nothing. I didn't add any games. I didn't remove any games. I didn't update the OS, the firmware rather. Nothing was changed. I'm thinking what I should do is unplug the EverDrive, turn it off, leave it off for at least 10 seconds, unplug the EverDrive, remove the SD card, put the SD card back in, plug it back in, make sure the contacts are secure, and reboot the system. Yeah, that's what I think. This is about Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda? What? I didn't expect things to go wrong. I guess I really gotta check every time. I just want something that's plug and play. I'm so disappointed in the AVS EverDrive. I am so disappointed. So disappointed in the AVS EverDrive. Is there like a Dragon Warrior in Kung Fu Panda or something? What does Dragon Warrior have to do with Kung Fu Panda? Alright, it's back on. Let's hope that it boots. Oh, for Christ's sakes! Actually, I haven't seen Kung Fu Panda, no. I may just choose to play something on my Steam Deck today. I was gonna retro. I didn't even... Also, I tried putting something in the firmware that should have updated the SD card. But it still says version 1.0. That could be part of the problem. But I put that in there and it didn't, like, fix the problem, so what the hell? Maybe I just need to update the firmware slowly? Is it because it's so old? 2019 is not that long ago. I mean, I guess it is, dang. Can't believe it's, like, been so long since 2018. So... I am so ticked. I'm sorry for the scuff stream. Because last time it just worked. Last time it just worked. The fact that this is extremely random is even weirder. Anyway, is there like Dragon Warrior or something in Kung Fu Panda? I've heard good things about Kung Fu Panda. I had a really annoying family member who was like, oh, that looks like garbage for children. It's like, why are you so immature for like a 60-year-old? You're 60, why are you writing off a cartoon? I didn't say that to him, but I was thinking it. It was a cousin who was staying over and there was a Kung Fu Panda commercial. And he was like insulting some commercial for like the new Kung Fu Panda sequel. And he was like, oh, that looks like garbage. And he was making some weird racist sounding imitation of like Chinese people or something. And I'm like, I don't write it off just because it's a cartoon. I've heard really good things about Kung Fu Panda. And then my parents got on to me and said, you're being rude. Shh, don't say that. He was being rude by making a racist joke about Chinese people. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna try one of the firmwares. Take this out. Alright, let's see if it's shown up. Yes, it didn't ever install the new EFU. I'll try deleting this and like adding another one. And 8 EverDrive Pro. Firmware. I'm sure it doesn't matter, but it's the Famicom version. I assume that the Famicom and such is like identical. Operating the system. Cause I like put the file in there. Mine's the Famicom one. Let me see. Stone Age. I got mine from Stone Age Gamer. Let me check my email. Because it should be in my email, like the exact model I got. Let me check my email. Okay, here it is. I ordered it in 2021 from Stone Age Gamer. EverDrive N8 Pro Monster White Famicom. Mr. Streaks. No! No! Gosh, I paid $174 for this EverDrive too. If I sell this thing, I'm definitely gonna sell the EverDrive as well. Does it matter? Does it matter whether I get the, a Pro Famicom? Famicom firmware? .efu. Let's try the Crick support website. Alright, here's the file, and you're just supposed to put it in, like, the root of the SD card. But last time it didn't do anything. Unless I'm, like, missing something. Oh, okay, you do it via the cartridge menu. Alright, let's try to update it. Let's hope that it at least, like, shows up, though. Because last time it didn't show up. Anyway, sorry if I'm being boring, and I'm sorry you lost your streaks. Alright, eject. I'll worry about putting some more ROMs on it later. Because right now I just need to focus on playing Dragon Quest. Did I kill chat? Did I kill chat? I'm alive. Oh my gosh, no you're not. Don't lie, you're a zombie. Both Trinidadian nerd and you are zombies. I know better than that. You don't fool me, zombie. You can't fool me, zombie. You're not gonna shoot me. You're not gonna eat me. You're not gonna eat my brain, zombie. I've got a boomstick. Pow pow, I've got a boomstick. Let's hope that this does. This doesn't work. I'm just gonna, like, plug in something else. Finally! What the hell? Is it gonna install? I thought I was supposed to, like, use it to... What the hell? What the hell? How do I install the new firmware? Well, it's just supposed to be put in the root folder. In the menu... Which menu? Like, is there a button? Select? Okay, that seems more recent, so maybe it worked. It does say OS version is 2.11. Okay, I guess it worked. It really did just need to be in the root. Maybe that's why it booted, because for some reason there was a problem with the new firmware. I don't know. I miss when things were just plug and play. Just plug and play, no updates, no nothing, it just works. But still, this is better than having to spend $1 bajillion on overpriced cartridges like Little Samson. Sorry about the diversion, y'all. Never wish things just worked. I still need to better organize my stuff. Luckily, Dragon Warrior is one of the cheaper games, but it seems missing up. I changed things. At least it's an anime and not like some Hollywood thing I don't care about. Plus size elf on High Dive with the Roku channel. I mean, sure. I kind of want to see Otaku Elf more so. I wish we could have like fat characters as main characters. And it's not be like the title or focus of the show. It's like, whoa, fat character. We better put that in the title. I think it's because being fat is so unusual in Japan that if you have like an overweight character as a main character, it has to be like the whole theme of the show. I never remember things work. That's true. That's fair. That's fair. Some things were plug and play, like old consoles, if they didn't get, like, messed up. But old Windows, old DOS things were super finicky. Remember, like, that... Here's a crazy... Remember that old dedicated joystick peripheral that old Windows computers had? Like, old computers, like back in the ID days, before SATA, before they were all USB, there was like a dedicated, people like, oh, keyboard and mouse has always been the way with PC, but no, I remember playing a bunch of games on like ZSNES or SNES 9X and using the port for joysticks. And oh my gosh, getting something like a printer or a scanner or something to work could be finicky. And I remember like installing CD writable drives and DVD writable drives with those little ribbon ID cables. And let me tell you, driver support was crazy finicky. I mean, I think it's bad today. Back then was nuts. Like, software has gotten better. I still want to install Windows XP on my Steam Deck, though. I want to have, like, a virtual machine for Windows XP. Just have a full Windows XP experience, in fact. I kind of want to have, like, an install of Windows 3.1, Windows 95, Windows 98, and Windows XP. But Windows XP is my favorite. It still had a lot of driver and other issues, but by that point, computers were a lot easier to use. Not perfect, but a lot easier to use. And in terms of retro, I kind of want to go back and have, like, an accurate experience. I've talked about this before, but it'd be kind of cool to go back and, like, have a, like a dedicated stream to, like, just messing around with Windows 3.1 and be like, hey, chat, what should I do with Windows 3.1? And, like, load up some games and really old software and just mess around. See how bad I end up crashing everything. The only thing is like the space. I'm running out of space on the SD card. This is saying nothing of the internal storage. If I could afford to buy a new SSD, I would just like completely make like an image or whatever of like the old SSD, copy everything over, just like a full image of SteamOS and everything there to another drive, like maybe a flash drive. Install a new upgraded SSD with a lot more storage. And like reinstall the image so that I need to be careful. These are some tough enemies. To my place have so much retro gaming fun. I know. Everything you're talking about, this one's so cool. Oh, jeez, that hurt. Oh, jeez, that hurt. I'm not ready for this place. I don't think I'm gonna live through this. Good Lord, I gotta get out of here. I also need to buy some healing items. I thought I was finally ready for this place. A demonite, huh? Let's try to get out of here. Thank goodness it allowed me to. Good Lord. Okay, at least I think I can handle a wyvern. You know the reason I'm afraid of coming up there, Gav? I'm afraid of being a huge, you know. I'm afraid of being a huge. I'm afraid to say the word. Oh, Wolf Lord. Huge nerd. Yeah, let's go with that one. Because it's embarrassing to say something else. You'll be fine. You know what I'm trying to avoid saying? I'm I'm afraid of being a huge slut who sleeps with all my fans. There, he said it. Is the game loud enough, by the way? Did what? The huh? Don't worry about it. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Game could be a little louder. Okay, good to know. Is it audible at all? It does seem like it's a little quiet. I don't know why it's quieter. Maybe that update of the firmware mess with stuff. I always err on the side of, like, not too loud. How's this? Is this good? Is the game too loud? Should probably also turn this up so you can hear me better. Oh yeah, might as well go all the way back. But I do need some herbs at least. I don't know what the answer is. I need some better items, I need some better stuff. I was really close, I almost died down there. So let's try to finish the healing up. So many slime, right? Am I at full health? I think so. Oh, okay, I actually do have more. Since I'm here, I might as well save. I'm sorry that it was a couple of days since I've streamed. One thing I did was I vacuumed the whole house really thoroughly yesterday. I mean, taking the little hand part and, like, going over every little thing they could possibly do. I went to all the stairs, I did the upstairs hallway, I did downstairs, I swept up the kitchen. I was very completionist. I was very completionist with the vacuuming. Also, I cooked some food. I, did the dishes. I scrubbed the bathtub to make sure there was no, like, dusty stuff on the wall of the bathtub. Felt good about myself afterwards. Though I kind of wore myself out. It was off decent work. Off decent workout first, I guess. Okay, sir, I'm gonna need to take all your herbs. Popping out every once in a while. Yeah, I guess so. And as many herbs as I can get my hands on. Oh, great. Can I? Not really. Just need a maid outfit for when I'm cleaning house. Excuse me, I'm in maid mode. Can't do anything today except clean. Cleaning is actually really boring, which is why I listen to a hack ton of video essays while I clean. I think video essays have started to get wise. It's like, alright, get yourself some tea. Put the sun in the background while you're cleaning. I know you're ADHD and you probably do that. I'm like, yes, that's true. Is that not normal? I'm sorry you don't have my full attention, video essayist. I'm gonna have you on in the background. I am audio only for some of these. I only have so much time in the world for these YouTube videos, so... A magician. Hocus pocus. Alakazam. Yeah, having something for my brain to latch onto while I clean makes the cleaning go a lot quicker and is less boring. The only time I like to be just alone with my thoughts and just have nothing going on is sometimes I'll just lay in bed. Like, I'll have woke up or not be tired enough to sleep yet, but I'll just, like, lay in bed. Or lay down with, like, nothing in the background. Even then, I'll usually be thinking about something like, my story about Maria. I like try to think about that as I'm like trying to fall asleep. Speaking of which, I'm thinking of having the next chapter be like a flashback to her time at the Abbey. But every time I try to write that part of the story, I'm like, I think I'm not good at writing slice of life, even though slice of life is my favorite genre. Even though slice of life is my favorite genre, I'm apparently not good at writing slice of life. So I'm just get like writer's block. I've started writing a few characters and things, but I think it's here, so let's try to survive. This is where I would do it on the Super Famicom version and find a Goldman. I'm coming up again with, like, names for the characters. Goldman! Heck yeah! Oh my gosh! This is what I was hoping for! These things give a ton! These things give a ton of gold! Forget how much HP they have. Niece. Ah, niece. What makes you think of House of the Dead 2? You know, I want to give the students there a lot of, like, Germanic and Finnish names. Not all that, and maybe, like, a few Irish names. For the Abbey. Oh, Goldman. You just defeated Goldstein. It'd be funny if they named them Goldstein. Higher level version of Goldman than the Goldstein. Fun fact, Stein or Stein means stone in German. It was just sort of like a lot of Yiddish or Ashkenazi names were like taken from Germany because of the long time living there. So Goldman and Goldstein are both Ashkenazi names. When people say Steen, they think of like Jewish people, but actually it originally comes from German. Steen is the word for stone. Notice how it sounds similar? A lot of German and English words sound similar. They're both West Germanic languages. This seems to mean business. I want to give me more experience for how tough they are. I still have 1,000 gold. I'm gonna head back. I already need to buy more herbs. Is it weird that I'm really looking forward to reading the Quran when I go back to Florida? From that Asian Cultural Festival, I got like a paperback English translation of the Quran that they were just handing out. That's the thing about the Quran is it's so very tied to Arabic culturally. A language I most certainly do not know. That was from when I was in the, whatchamacallit, the same Asian Culture Festival, where, like, an Indian person who is Muslim refused to like, shake my hand. And I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't know. I actually didn't know. I know a lot of people don't like burqas or think they're bad, but like, isn't that just like an Abrahamic religious thing in general? Like, veiling is a whole thing in Catholicism. Like, what's the difference between a burqa and like veiling in Catholicism. Because women in Catholicism, especially like in old Catholicism, like in the Middle Ages, weren't women expected to veil? What's the difference between that and a burqa? I feel like that's the same modesty thing in both religions. It's just people pushed back on that, or people moved away from women veiling. Here in like America and Western Europe. Oh, forgot. I don't think there's anything else I can buy. I feel like it's fine as long as it's optional and it's a personal choice. I think some of those veils look cool at least. I wish I could get away with wearing like a nun veil as just like a goofy thing. Just like dressing up. I'm like, look, I'm dressed up like a nun! Alright, let's see, how's my HP doing? To be better. Or was when I went to the Renaissance Festival in Florida, there was like a bunch of people dressed up like medieval nuns and monks and friars and whatnot. I was like, dang, I want to be dressed up like that, but as a tiefling. I saw someone with like full body red body paint and face paint and makeup and prosthetic horns. And I was like, oh my gosh, are you dressed up like a tiefling? And she was like, yes. I was like, that's so cool. I want to do something like that someday. Dress up as like Maria, my tiefling OC. But also in like a nun garb. For a Ren Fair. I love dressing up. Dressing up is so fun. I love when it's socially acceptable to dress up. Or it's like Halloween or cosplaying at anime conventions or like a Ren Fair. That would be more socially normal to dress up more often. I wish it was more socially normal to dress up. You only get like a few times a year or certain events that it's like socially normal to dress up. I wish it was more. Because I like dressing up and things. I really want to dress up as Maria. I did get some horns. They were expensive, but I got some horns while I was there. I just need to like find a way to make sure they stay on my head. I wish there was a way to like glue them on without like messing up my skin. Maybe there's a way. Because they gotta have a way in like Hollywood to like keep prosthetics on for movies. Looking to be horny. Oh, I'm always... That's my secret. I'm always horny. That's my secret. I'm always horny. A guy is literally inviting me up to hang out and have a good time in New York. I'm like, don't do it, Lynn. Don't go be a giant slut. You put temptation in front of my face, Jack. I don't know what you're talking about. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Was Klee... Oh, I love Klee. You saw Klee and a Nahida at a Ren Fair? God, I love Ren Fairs. Ren Fairs don't last long enough. I need like a few months. I should join one of those like multiple month-long Hobbit LARPs. I wish someone would do that with like D&D. You know those, like, things where people go out in the country and live for several months as a hobbit? I need one of those, but, like, as a tiefling. I want to go and pretend to be a tiefling. A tiefling cleric for several months. The new Dragon Warrior, or did you continue? Yes, I'm continuing the old save. If by old save you mean, like, from a few days ago. If you mean, like, continuing an old save, like, from my last old streams, like, a couple years ago? No, that's on Super Nintendo. It was a Starfleet. I mean, I saw some sci-fi people. It just didn't seem to match the aesthetic, but I'm not gonna knock it. They're seeing it as an excuse to be nerds. So I'm not gonna knock it. When I go there, I want to see fantasy. I did see a lot of people dressed up as, like, Freyrin, though. I saw, like, a couple that was, like, Freyrin and Himmel, and I was like, oh my gosh! It's Freyrin and Himmel! At the Deerfield Beach Ren Fair. And me and Eddie went to the Deerfield Beach Ren Fair. The HD remake of Dragon Quest I? Me too! Once I can afford it, I want to get that. The HD remake of Dragon Quest 1 and 2. The reason I'm playing this is I've never fully streamed the original. Oh, it can? Nice! Awesome, Nav! I'm definitely gonna promote your thingy. Once I'm off of my, like, NES kick. 2 has a lolly. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Is it just, like, the princess you're talking about? Did they make the princess a lolly? But, yeah, yeah, most artistic depictions, he has a lolly-esque aesthetic. But yeah, I want to. Right now, I'm just trying to focus on playing NES games. So you're wondering, what's like, why is Fairy playing this version? Because a lot of people have asked that. And the reason is just, I'm playing in NES games. Like, I was playing Bubble Bubble the other day. I want to, like... This all started with, like, Mario 1. Like, I played Mario 1 with an emulator, then I played Mario 3 with an emulator, then a fly went on my arm, and heck yeah, Goldman! Once... Shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. So, like... Then I was like, I give up. I give up on this emulator garbage. Because that was annoying and I don't know what I did, but it was annoying. I think it would be better if I, like, had an NES controller adapter. And a way to accidentally press the menu. Because I don't know why it crashed. But, so then I was like, I'm gonna put in the Mister. Because this on Steam OS sucks. So then I plugged in the Mister and I beat Mario 3. I was like, well, if I'm gonna focus on playing Nintendo, the original. So once you get the booty, why not? Did I do something wrong? What's the question mark for? I crushed your— No! So the reason I'm playing this is because I'm playing NES games. And I'm playing NES games because I was originally in the mood to play Super Mario Brothers. And other, like, old platformers. I was in the mood to play platformers for a few days. On my Steam Deck, because I was using my Steam Deck for everything. So I originally streamed Mario Brothers 1, the remaster, which is like a PC port of Mario Brothers 1. They got working this... Okay, so how this started was I was installing a whole lot of recompilations and adding them as non-Steam games. Star Fox, Paper Mario, Super Mario Brothers 1 Remastered, Mega Man X, and so forth. Because there's a whole lot of recompilations. Ship of Heart, Kenny, and Ocarina of Time. But I wanted to play Mario Brothers 1. I was in the mood for platformers. So I played and finished the remastered version of Super Mario Brothers 1. The fan remake. So then there wasn't a version like that of Super Mario Brothers 3. So I just like set up the emu deck thing. I think I was playing it with Messin, which is a decently accurate emulator. Nice, I made a bunch of gold. There was the catch. What's the catch? So I played through a good portion of Super Mario Bros. 3. Because I wanted to play that next. I skipped over Lost Levels in Super Mario Bros. 2. I was planning to go back and do that though. And partway through, because this house is full of horrible flies now, this didn't used to be the case, but Julia's dad, Alan, keeps going in and out of the house like a dozen times a day, and he brings in flies all the time. So I can't stand having flies on me because I know they're super gross and covered in germs. Because I know that they lay eggs, and those eggs turn into maggots. It's gross. So it went on my arm while I was in the middle of doing a level. And I screamed and was like, ah! And I accidentally pressed some sort of button combination that exited out of the game on my Steam Deck. And I just rage quit there and then. I was like, no, I'm not starting over. To heck with this. To heck with emulators. To heck with Emu Deck. To heck with all this emulator garbage. It's a Metroidvania. That's kind of cool, actually. I would love to play a Metroidvania version of Castlevania 1. So after that, I decided, you know what? If I'm gonna play old retro games, I need to not be lazy. So I unplugged and moved my Steam Deck out of here. And plugged in the Mister. And then I was like, you know what? Now I just want to focus on playing NES games. There's a lot of other games available, but I just want to focus on one system at a time. What a terrible night to have a curse. To have a cursed chat message. Why would you bring this upon our cursed land? Yes, I knew I was in the right place to farm Goldman. He kept casting stop spell. Oh, lol. Stop you from casting. Oh, okay. There's an Ubuntu version. I imagine the Ubuntu version can also be run on a Mint and Arch too. So yeah, after I decided that I was mostly just using my Mister to play NES games, I was like, well, I can do one better. Even though it's technically a side grade at best. I was like, well, I have a Retro AVS that I'm not using, so if I'm gonna focus on playing NES games to begin with, I may as well use my Retro AVS and flashcard. From a real Nintendo controller, from a dedicated system, I own these things, they might as well be used. And that's how we got here. So I played Mario 1, then Mario 3, then I think Mother 1. Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. Don't lose all my stuff. And so now I'm just kind of going through the NES library. At least I got some experience? I've only got 2 herbs. Well, that's enough to survive. Once my herbs are gone, I really need to return and get some more. Ah! See, it happened again! These freaking flies. Oh, I'm so germophobic. Oh my god, I can't deal with this! I can't deal with this! Why does there have to be flies in this house now? I'm gonna go wash my hands because I'm germophobic. This is driving me crazy. I just want this house to not have flies anymore. This didn't used to be a problem. I know I shouldn't complain out loud. I'm gonna make my roommates angry at me, but this is driving me crazy. I'm gonna go wash my hands. I'm not staying for Christmas. I'm leaving in September. I can't handle this. I can't wait to go back to Florida now. I promise I'm not gonna go another year without streaming at all. I'm sorry I was gone so long. Yes, Goldman! Alright, cool. I'm glad you don't judge me for my reaction, Chad. I feel like its behaviors like this is why I keep losing followers every stream. I'm glad that you're not like that, cause I must be different, cause... Or other people must be different because... I know that I've been doing something wrong on all my recent streams because I just keep losing followers. And I have to make assumptions on what it is I've been doing wrong. These freaking wyverns. I think this is a good opportunity for me to return soon. I'm losing a lot of MP. I'm down to 2, I'm down to 2 herbs, so... I'm just gonna return, not lose all my money. Because reasons like this. That's why I need to return, because I need to have enough stuff for the journey home. Knees. Now that was a nat 20 right there. Tell me kill a bug. Oh my goodness. To kill a bug, I'm scared. I don't kill bugs. I don't kill bugs. I mean, number 1, it's basically an impure thing to do, according to Buddhism, which I'm a little bit influenced by. I'm a little bit influenced by Buddhism. I wouldn't fully consider myself a Buddhist, but I'm influenced by Buddhism. I think we've had this religious conversation before. I'm an animist, but I feel like that's a name with a lot of baggage. I could call myself a pantheist or a pan-antheist. Pan-antheist might be a better word for me. Oh, where did that come from? I should get some water or something. But I am influenced by Buddhism. I guess you could call me like a perennialist or a universalist. I think Helena Blavatsky had some good points too. I really don't like the idea of killing anything. If you had to put me out in the wild, I had to survive on killing animals. To survive, I think I just choose to starve. Like, I'm not a, self-game ender type of person. I really want to live. But I don't know if I could kill an animal to survive. I could, like, pick berries and things. But if you were like, oh, you gotta have this or you'll die. You gotta kill these animals, I'd be like, no! Maybe if the animal was already dead and the meat wasn't rotten, like they recently died somehow, I might be able to bring myself to, like, if I was hungry, to, like, you know, try to skin them and, like, eat the food for survival purposes. But if you're telling me to, like, murder the animal and then eat their flesh, I think I would just, like, be like, I think I'll just starve. I have heard that plants can feel pain and have a thing that is similar to consciousness. Many people have argued it's a form of consciousness. Which really I agree with. I feel like consciousness there's a lot of consciousness like things. That we don't call consciousness because they're like a brain. Like, I think the way our gut microbiome influences us to eat foods and do different things is a consciousness-like system. Weather patterns act like a consciousness. I think that people are very biased and anthropocentric when it comes to, like, what consciousness is. Like, we want to believe that, you know, we only have one seat of consciousness and it only exists in the brain, and intelligence is, like, limited to the prefrontal cortex. But I don't think that's what the world is showing us. I think if we look deeper, I think that's some sort of, like, human prefrontal cortex exceptionalism. In fact, that's part of why I call myself an animist. Because there's a lot of things that act like they're alive that we don't define as living or conscious. Alright, I'm gonna give myself some water. Alright, I'm back. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Alright, it should be fully ready for thing. Guess I'll go back and try to find and fight more Goldman. I think this is a better method than, whatchamacallit, than just going to those, the caves to get like 100, 200 something from the chest at the bottom. Could try to see how far I am from upgrading my weapon though. It'll be a nice diversion from the repetition. Why do you think I keep losing followers each of my streams? I mean, it's not every stream, but it's most streams. Do you think it's because I'm doing things that seem like someone's like, I don't want to deal with this, or I don't want to support this? Like me freaking out over flies and things. Do you think it's that? Do you think people are like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this? And they unfollow me? I know I shouldn't worry about that, but I always feel like I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, I don't know if I can consider myself a Buddhist, but I'm influenced by Buddhism. I definitely feel like there is something wrong with killing any creature if you can help it. I feel like I don't live up to that. It's just really easy to, you know, buy a burger or something and not think about where it came from. And of course, is me doing that a murder, or... I feel like people are way aggressive to, like, vegans and things, and are like, oh, vegans are the worst, but, like, don't they have a point at least? Like, maybe if people are aggressive about their veganism, but, like... It feels like people just don't want to deal with an uncomfortable moral framework, so they just attack the people who do so. Because there's like this weird, intense stigma against veganism and vegetarianism. It's like... if people are against animal cruelty, why wouldn't they be comfortable with someone living such a lifestyle? There is... well, that's what I've seen. A lot of people, like, attack vegans and vegetarians, and I'm like, but why, though? Why is it considered so evil to not want to eat meat? Oh, well, I'm glad you haven't seen the stuff I have. Like, even if I was vegan, I'd be afraid to tell people of that. They keep making up guys. No, I'm not. I've seen it! I've seen it, though! I guess I'm just too chronically online. I'm making them up. I've played Small Shield. I think I'm gonna have to go further in. I know there's like a sage around here. I think it's up this way. Like, just because you haven't seen, like, anti-vegan stuff doesn't mean it's not real. I'm glad you haven't seen people who hate people with blue hair, or people who hate vegans, or all the different stuff I bring up on streams or wherever, or on TMs, but I swear it's real! I swear I'm not making things up! My bravery must be proven, thus I propose a test. There is a silver harp that beckons the creatures of the Dragon Lord. Don't I already have that? Bring this to me and I will reward thee with the Staff of Rain. Isn't it this? Oh no, that's a harp. I forgot to get the thingy. Average minds, small minds discuss people. Oh, you calling me a small mind? Ouch. Why is it tough to be just one of these things? I discuss all of the above. I'm gonna be honest. I discuss all of the above. I guess I haven't come across the harp. Maybe the harp was in the one place. I don't know if I would become a vegan, that seems maybe too far. But I've definitely considered becoming a vegetarian at many points. It is definitely a lifestyle change though, and I would always have the temptation still to eat meat just because it does taste good and is socially normative. I think that it would be better to ease myself into it and try to eat less. It's a very difficult lifestyle to, like, maintain in terms of, like, avoiding temptation, willpower. Because most easy food, most prepared food, like most restaurant food is gonna have, like, meat. At least I'm not like Julia, and then, you know, I can eat tofu and different things like that. There's probably better things I can do in order to help the well-being of animals, too. I guess I could, like, do things like try to raise awareness for the conditions that people put these animals in. At some point, someone's gonna have to buy and eat less of this stuff. At least with beef, you know, I don't do that because it's so expensive. Yeah, I don't like the idea of hurting animals. Unless I really try not to. Don't eat much so I don't limit eating with my morals. Alright, well here's a question. What are your thoughts on whether you would eat shark fin soup? Would you eat shark fin soup? That's a dish that's really mean to the shark. I will say this, well, it's not as healthy to eat a carnivore. It's like you can get diseases from eating carnivores. I don't feel as bad for carnivores, and that's sad because they can't help it. Carnivores can't help being carnivores. Like, when I saw one of our cats, like, probably killing a mouse, I didn't see it because I didn't want to see it because it freaked me out. But supposedly one of our cats killed a mouse in the house. And I was, like, silently angry at our cat for several days, even though it's just in their instincts. It's just like, I get it. I get that cats are carnivores. I'm, like, silently upset. It's something they literally can't help. Also, I really like mice. Mice are adorable. Like, I would love to have a pet mouse. Not as much as I'd like to have a pet rabbit. I love rabbits. They're, like, my favorite. Say a prayer. Well, I like the fact that they do say a prayer. I like the fact that they do say a prayer. I feel like it's important to respect all life. One thing that I wish we had in our culture is European still. That only really still exists, like, among, like, neo-pagans and the like. But is common in places like Taiwan. Is ancestor worship. I wish that ancestor worship would make a comeback. But Christianity kinda sorta stamped that out. And that feels bad. That feels bad. Okay, definitely have enough to buy a broadsword. I feel like we had a lot of rituals. Us Europeans, white people, Indo-Europeans, whatever, light-skinned people from Europe, whatever you want to call us. We had a lot of, like, cool traditions. And then, like, this Semitic religion from the Middle East, nothing against that, came in and was like, nope, we'll have no other gods before me. And then Catholicism came in, spread via Rome, and then it destroyed a whole bunch of traditions, and some were adopted. And then the Protestants came along and was like, Catholicism is too pagan. And then even more traditions got killed. Like, there's so many ancient traditional art in England that was destroyed from the Protestant Reformation. It was like another purge of culture. It makes me sad. Like, we used to, like, you know, would give offerings to the forest or offerings to the animals. When people would like kill an animal, they would like give an offering. They would like honor that animal. Or they would honor their ancestors. Or they would honor the local nature spirits or the fairies. Some people in Ireland still do that, and I'm glad. I'm glad that wasn't totally stomped out. I feel like a lot of community and spirituality was destroyed when we, like, got rid of so many of those rituals. I got plenty of magic keys now at least. And a better weapon, so that should help with the money farming and survival. I think that this sort of mentality is probably why Christianity never really took off in Japan. Like, those Portuguese missionaries were, like, apparently some of the places it took off were, like, stamping down and, like, getting rid of Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines, like, back in the Sengoku era. I think that people like Hideyoshi persecuting the Christians was going way too far. Supposedly they were hung on a cross, but is there any proof that they were hung on a cross? That sounds like something... That was something Rome invented, so why would Japanese people have done that? Except to just, you know, show that they were martyrs. Found the wings. Delicious wings. A lot of art depicts the Christian, Catholic... Actually, what were they specifically? I think they were Jesuits? But, like... I think 90% of the trouble that has come culturally from, like... Abrahamic religion has just been the whole literal interpretation of, like, thou shalt have no other gods before me, which has destroyed so many traditions. And I think that, like, the Buddhists and the Shinto followers in the Sengoku were like, nah, you gotta be able to play nice with the Buddhists and the Shintoists. Or the local faith, or whatever you want to call it. The people who worship the kami. And the people who follow the path of Buddha were like, no, you can't be, like, stamping this out. And people like Hideyoshi were eventually like, yeah, we gotta clamp down on this. Did I buy them all? Oh, I already got them all. Maximize them. Oh, this should help. I kind of want to join religion again. It's been so long. But the more I spend time with, like, religious studies recently and studying it, like, I would like to join something. Like, I wouldn't be against joining a mosque. I don't know if they allow women to join the mosque, though. Or, like, joining a church. I was watching, like, a recent video from the recent Pope Leo. I'm like, he says some really good things. Pope Leo does. I don't know what you'd call me. I guess you'd call me a yearner. Again, I guess I'm like a universalist. My brain is taken from everything I've read, and it's like, yeah, I agree with some of that. I read about another religion, I'll be like, yeah, I agree with some of that. And my brain is just like constantly reading about them. I think that I very much sympathize with the Buddhist perspective of not taking life even though it's difficult. I think that that was a very good precept or idea. Oh, wow, I need to heal. I think it would be very hard for me to go back to, like, the church and Christianity at this point, though. Like, I don't know how welcome I would be. And you have to be really careful because there's like some really close-minded churches. It's like, what are some of my options? Buddhism, Judaism, Islam, Christianity. I know the neo-pagan communities are really small. I tried finding one while I was in Miami and like searching it up, and there was like, I think one community, what was that, Fort Lauderdale? Fort Lauderdale apparently has like a lot of gay people. I guess, you know, there's like two really stereotypical people who are part of paganism. Okay, maybe three. Hippies, queer people, and like Nazis. And everyone is afraid of being associated with the other. Like, I remember someone who is a pagan in my chat being like, hey, what'd you think of Asatru? They're like, oh, I don't associate with that word. Asatru people are Nazis. You're not a Nazi, are you? I'm like, no. I know a lot of people who identified as Asatru who are definitely not Nazis. I sort of get the whole folkism thing, but I don't agree with it. In fact, I don't like cultural separatism, period. I feel like people have taken this whole idea of like cultural appropriation way too far. To where the well is beyond poisoned. It's like rancid. Cause like, there's a lot of people who are like, don't wear a kimono if you're not Japanese. Or even like be like, no, you can wear it if you're Asian, but if you're not Asian. I'm just like, this is so exclusive. Like, we gotta keep people and things separate. I feel like folkism is just like an outgrowth of that sort of weird, keep to your own, stay in your lane mentality. Like, even I, who is like someone who's like believes that, is still like scared. Like, I want to be involved in things like Eastern spirituality, but it feels like playing it safe to do the whole folkist thing and just like keep to my ancestral cultures else someone tries to attack me or something. I mean, I think it was like the one in Fort Lauderdale is like a queer community. It was the only one I found. Like, I tried calling up different groups and things. There's like stores that sell like crystals and incense and things. So I was like, hey, do you like sell pagan related wear? Do you have any like communities you know of? And literally the person who I called that I searched online was like, is there any communities for pagans in the Miami area? And the answer was like, call this place, call this place, call this place. I called every single one of them. And they were like, what's paganism? We do healing crystals and incense. And in tarot card readings. We don't know what that is. What's Norse paganism? Or what's the Norse? I'm like, crud. Does nobody in Florida know what this is? I mean, they do, because there was a lot of pagans at, like, the Renaissance Festival. And the Episcopal Church. You know, it seems like the Episcopalians are a pretty open-minded group, though. Like, obviously, this is just a generalization, but Episcopalians seem pretty chill. I'd feel less scared to, like if I was gonna be, like, try to join a church again to, like, find community. I think I'd be way less scared to, like, go in on Sunday to an Episcopalian church. to learn more about his mind state. I mean, yeah. My dad was very Christian, so I will forever associate the Church of God, the one that was formed in Anderson, Indiana, the one that Charles Schultz was a part of, with, my family. My great-grandfather, either great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather, formed the Oaklawn First Church of God in Hot Springs. This is a true story. Literally super poor. He would like try to sell pies and things from the house to survive. I will never not have a complex relationship with religion because of this. And there was a lot of good people in our church. I'm not gonna say it was perfect, but there was a lot of good people in my opinion. Again, I would say my worldview is very syncretic. Very universalist, very... Syncretic, universalist, what's the other? Eclectic? I think that, though I'm certainly not a Nazi, obviously, I don't think that there's maybe one nugget of truth in folkism. I think that, you know, the kami make for an ancestor worship, and, like, Eastern spirituality makes a good point. Like, the kami feel like they're, like, tied to the land, and tied to, like, their ancestors. So I feel like, you know, Amaterasu is basically, like, a Japanese woman. And you can, of course, worship her, but her domain is, like, Japan. Like, her land domain. If there was, like, a live stream, she'd be, like, there. And, like, probably if Thor is out there, because if there's Amaterasu is real, so is Thor, probably. So, like, he's probably out there, you know, doing the thunder in Germany, or at least Iceland. Instead of, like, the thunder over in Japan. I feel like if any of the gods are real, probably all of the gods are real. And they're more like ancestral spirits to different groups of grand land and people. And the land really does shape people's ancestral culture. Like, the land influenced why people look different, and eat different things, and build different buildings, and eat different foods. That's about as focused as I get about things. I don't think that you should only be able to worship the gods of your ancestors, though. I think that's very exclusivist. I don't like it when people imply you should only stay in your lane. People are called to what they're called to. People are passionate about what they're passionate about. I'd like to try to listen to every worldview and find some truth. I'm like... I've read about dozens of religions and different things, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that sounds right. Is that weird, Jack? Is that weird? I have read about Buddhism, and I'm like, I think they're onto something here. And then I'll read about Taoism, I'm like, wow, yeah, they're onto something here. And I'll read, like, from Catholics, and I'm like, you know what? What is wrong with venerating Mary? What is wrong with venerating saints? What's wrong with using them for guidance and stuff? Why are Protestants so mean about this? And I'll read from Episcopalians and Anglicans. The Kabbalah is interesting. There's a lot of really good points in Islam, and in Hinduism, and Shinto, and Native American spirituality, and Tengriism, of like the Turkic people. I mean, Yoruba I don't know a ton about, but probably some good points there too. What little I've read seem to have some good ideas there. Succubus to Tala. Well, I'm glad it's not weird. So at that point, even though they're not really good, like, words, I guess you'd say, like, I'm an animist and a panentheist, maybe a pantheist. Kinda hard to decide whether I'm a pantheist or a panentheist. It's like choosing between the labels bisexual and pansexual. It's like, I don't know. Pantheist, yeah, panties religion. Oh, here it comes. Been a while since that reward. Dang, my legs are looking smooth there. That's the nice thing about leggings, is they make your legs look smoother. Oh, let's hope we can fight some more Goldmen. And don't need to fight so hard to survive. In terms of Shinto, I really like the idea of ritual purity, not like sexual purity. Like people often associate with the word purity, but like spiritual and ritual purity are really cool because I feel like that reflects our ecosystems and things. Like a stream is healthy and unpolluted. Or, you know, a place in which the ecosystem is healthy. The body can have impurities. The mind can have impurities. I feel like that's a good way of looking at the world. I really like the idea of chi, or it's called ki in Japan, that comes from Taoism. I really wish that more works of Taoism were translated into English. We only have a tiny number. And the rest is written in Chinese and never been translated. I feel like there's so much like wisdom in Taoism that we're never gonna have in English at this rate. Yeah, I like them all. I like them all. I like and dislike them all. Because just like all countries and cultures, I feel like all of them have flaws. I'm so glad that there are still people in Ireland who believe in fairies, because obviously I'm here and I'm real. Gosh, Ireland looks so pretty. Every picture I've ever seen of Ireland makes the US look so ugly. I know there's pretty places in the US, but most of the pretty places I've seen in America are like way off the beaten path. I really like the rainforests of Washington. I wish I could live in a temperate rainforest. I never have a chance to be in the places I'd really like to be. Hot Springs, Arkansas is at least rather pretty for like the southern US. I feel like places further north like Colorado are prettier. But Hot Springs, Arkansas has a lot of pretty nature, and so does the surrounding areas. I love the mountains. I miss the mountains while I'm here in Indiana. Everything around here and in Miami was so freaking flat. I think that also temperate nature is prettier than tropical nature. Like, plum trees are nice, but I like forests and mountains. I did see some pretty places while I was in Florida, though. Have I seen the leftist cooks? Yeah, I've seen them a few times. I don't, like, religiously, I'll actively watch their channel. But I've seen a few of their videos. I know that the two of them are from Ireland. I love Ireland. Out of my ancestors, I am most proud of my Irish ancestors. I know it's a generalization because a lot of people from England are good, and it was the royals who tried to starve. The royals who tried to starve Ireland and murder a bunch of Indian people. People like Winston Churchill. You never hear about how evil Winston Churchill was. But just like Hitler, he killed a lot of people. He just didn't kill people in Europe. He killed a lot of people in India. And that's just as evil. You don't hear about that as much. How long are Americans? Oh, I watched that video! Unfortunately, I'm one of the annoying people who's not Irish. I'm American. But I have some Irish ancestors. Which is why I'm scared to go. If I was in Ireland, I would just be like, I'm just American. I would never bring up my Irish ancestors. Because it would really get on the nerves of Irish people. It's like if you're an Asian American and you go to Asia and tell people you're Asian and people will be like, no, you're not. You may look like me, but you're culturally you can't even speak my language. I would say I have an enthusiasm for that. And it is a culture that I am, like, not going to be accused of stealing if I learn about it. Because at least I have an ancestral connection to it. Again, that's the same, like, stay in your lane, focus logic. Yes, I found a Goldman! Oh my gosh, my MP is so low, I'm gonna have to return. I mean, you could, like, react to the video and stream sometime, but it's very political. It's literally called the leftist cooks. Also, Super I Punch Wolf is Irish. A really eye-opening video about notions and how it connects to, like, Irish history and how Irish people had been downtrodden and poor. It's like you got notions. That sounds so toxic. It reminds me of, like, Japanese culture. It's like the hammer that sticks up gets, or the nail that sticks up gets hammered back down. That seems to be a similar sort of thing in terms of, like, Irish culture. It's like, you sure got notions, don't ya? Of standing out. It's a shame how economically downtrodden Irish people have been. Such a beautiful culture to have been treated that way. Do you watch Leadhead? That sounds familiar. I may have watched one of their videos a long time ago. Who is Leadhead? That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. I'm going to say yes, probably. It's not a person I'm, like, actively familiar with. That sounds familiar. $1982, huh? I can't not see a year when seeing that number. This game isn't from 1982, it's from like 1986 or something. I just don't want to go all the way back to, the castle. This will save time. What sort of videos has Leadhead done? Maybe that'll ring a bell. Oh, I already have all my herbs. Okay, fine. I think one reason I'm, like, proud of Ireland and that, you know, a lot of my ancestors are from Ireland is I feel like there's a belief in fairies that stuck around even through all the Christianization. But also I feel like there's, like, this tradition of, like, anti-imperialism that goes on down there, like, because they've been a victim of England. Because they were a victim of England, so it's like, well, we went through this, so I don't want other people to have to go through this. Which I think is a healthy response to what they went through. Also, I just think Irish is a beautiful language. Whoa, what's the lol for? Did I say something lol-worthy? I don't know. Being prideful. Not from there. Or from Scotland. Oh, Scotland's so pretty. I love bagpipes. Have I ever told y'all how much... I actually have several ancestors from Scotland. Not as many, but I definitely do have Scottish ancestors too. I have mostly English and Irish ancestors, but there's a few Scots in there. I freaking love bagpipe music. In fact, I remember the other day seeing like someone who was like Japanese who went to Scotland and went up to someone who was playing bagpipes and like started suddenly playing shamisen. It went so well together. And I'm just like, why don't more people mix more of these traditional instruments together? Shamisen plus bagpipes sounds so good. It sounds so good. Also, of course, the kilts and like the whole plaid look, so good. Alright, Goldman immediately. That's awesome. You knew how to play bagpipes? That's freaking cool. Is it true that bagpipes originally come from Pakistan? I don't know how it ended up becoming something very Scottish, but it did. I freaking love bagpipes. I'm jelly. I wish I knew how to play bagpipes. One of the only instruments I ever got half decent at was the clarinet. Nice. I guess next I should try to get the magic armor. If I can survive long enough to do it. I'm sure I'm also very rusty at the clarinet. Might come back to me quickly though, just from muscle memory. Because I played it for years when I was a teenager. I wish I took choir, but I took band when I was in school. And the instrument I chose was the clarinet. I wish if I could go back in time, I would have taken choir and tried to learn to sing. But it's cool that I at least got decent at the clarinet. I remember probably the first song I learned was Hot Cross Buns on the clarinet lol. Nice. One shot. That's the power of a nat 20. Ooh, I gained a level. Nice. This'll help keep me alive. Down here in this sort of scary place. Where I'm trying to farm Goldsman. Wyverns are pretty tough. Dealing with them's kind of annoying. Already have to use AMP. At least they went down quicker. Isn't tough to rely on like an herb to stay alive, so that's better. Oh, maybe I should go back and like show the like Shami-san bagpipe video to y'all, so you can like hear it at least. Let's find the video. I need to use the bathroom anyway. Oh, here it is! Yeah, just search up Shami-san bagpipes. This should be like Shami-san bagpipes improvisation Scotland. So freaking cool! Why don't more people do this? So cool!
Japanese traditional instrument shamisen. Yeah. It's a Japanese string instrument shamisen. Yes, we come from Japan.
I wish there wasn't the talking over it.
It's a cross-cultural.
I wish there was like a whole album of this. I'm gonna comment that.
Here comes Japanese traditional shamisen. String instrument.
Alright, see you, Naruko. Of course I'm not mad. Why would I be mad with you? Where should I put that? There it is. Wasn't that so freaking cool? I wish more people would mix those two instruments together. I would say those go together perfectly. As a fan of both the shamisen and the bagpipes, oh my god, that fusion is perfect. We really need more of this. The only thing that sucks is that in the original video, I mean, I talked over it as well, but there's no version of this where there's no talking over it. Would be so nice. I want a whole album of that. I need it. Alright, I will be right back. I need to go use the bathroom real quick. Wait, did I leave it unmuted? I hope no one heard anything embarrassing. Oh, thank you! I was worried it was just gonna be... He was gonna be alone after Naruko left. Naruko was like 90% of the comments for a while. Yeah, what do y'all think about what I had to say about the what did y'all think about the shamisen and bagpipe music? It was definitely right! So cool. Well, it's not just me. I should give me more Goldman around here. Come on, give me a Goldman. Well, at least I'm almost to 3,000 gold. Got plenty of stuff to like go to an inn, or buy herbs, or etc. Oh! This will help! It can get me out of caves easily. Nice, 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 nice. Again, I'm sorry it's been at least 2 days since my last stream. I was doing stuff like cleaning and whatnot. Almost 3,000 gold. Nice! Thank you, game! Thank you, game, for the RNG. Well, that's an unlucky number. I'm doing chores. Oh, have you? Which chores? For me, it was I vacuumed a ton yesterday. And like really did an in-depth vacuum. And also cleaned the bathtub. Thoroughly scrubbed the bathtub. Of course, I did your usual by doing the dishes. I'm getting there. 3 loads of laundry. Yeah, that's a lot of laundry. And yard cleanup. Oh, okay. Well, I'm proud of you. I did some leisure outside of doing chores. For instance, I watched the first episode all the way through of Key the Metal Idol, and I finished the anime Ghost in the Shell Rise. That was a long one there. Like, I mean all of it, including, like... So it's kind of weird, because there's, like, 4 movie-sized episodes. The most of, like, the series is, like, a recap, so I skipped over to episode 9 and 10. Which is essentially, like, episode 5. Then I watched the movie. Despite being a fantasy nut, I've kind of gotten a little bit back into cyberpunk recently. I think it's less the dystopia and more the stories about, like, robots and cyborgs. I really like robots and cyborgs. Because, you know, I'm a robot. And by robot, I mean I'm a cyborg. I'm a cyborgized fairy. No, my name's still a robot fairy, but actually, I'm a cyborg enhanced fairy. New Gives Bump Up. I mean, it's sort of old. It's from, like, 2013, I think? I forget the name of the really new series. Part of the reason I'm going back and watching old Ghost in the Shell again is because I want to watch that stuff before I watch the new series. Like, I'm thinking of going back and watching, like... Okay, 2015. But yeah, part of the reason I'm going back and watching that. I'm also planning on watching, Standalone Complex again. And maybe the original movie in Innocence. I'm also, if I wasn't on an NES kick, I think I'd like to show you all the original PS1 Ghost in the Shell. Well, Standalone Complex is good, though. Yeah, the PS1 game is cool. And the soundtrack, like that intro video with like that techno, so good. So good. Again, this all happened because me and Jack were like DMing when we were talking about AI. And Jack brought up the Matrix, and then I was like, hey, do you remember that scene from the Animatrix where they're beating that robot woman to death? She's begging them to stop. And then I was like, hey Jack, have you seen Time of Eve? And then he watched it and it's like, well, I'm gonna watch it again too. And now I'm just like, okay, I'm full cyberpunk now. Despite the fact this is kind of schizophrenic of me. I'm using that in a way I shouldn't be, but like split personality. Because one part of my brain is still heavily invested in fantasy. One part of me has gone back down the robot rabbit hole. It's not like, ooh, I want to see cyberpunk. I mean, that's adjacent, but the real answer is freaking robot stories. Robots and cyborgs. I love stories about my fellow robots. I freaking love tachikomas, or are they called logikomas in arrays? Tachikomas, they're so cute! I love how they're like in the middle of a combat zone. And they're just like, cuddle! They're so cute. Everyone's like lusting after a Makoto Kusanagi, but ignoring the real waifus. The real waifus of the Ghost in the Shell series. The Tachikomas. Oh, the Tachikomas are so cute. I'm gonna have to head back soon. I'm low on MP. You leave me alone, Wyvern. It'd be nice, of course, if there was like some cyberpunk games on the NES, but are there? I know there was a lot of cyberpunk games on the PC-98, if PC-98 was kind of famous for its like cyberpunk offerings. But the NES? I don't know. Are there any cyberpunk or super robot-y? Obviously the robot ones it's got covered. It's got Mega Man. I'm gonna at some point stream the Roll-chan ROM hack of Mega Man 2 on stream, since it's on my EverDrive. In fact, I'll just go through and stream them all. Might as well play Mega Man 1 for like the 5th time on stream. Me as well. And then 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Because it's got robots. But is there any, like, cyberpunk? I don't know if Mega Man counts as cyberpunk. Maybe Mega Man X? Or Mega Man 0? I don't know. I feel like we need a term for, I guess, transhumanist science fiction? I would say I'm more so a fan of transhumanist science fiction anyway. Because I like solar punk. I like VR stories. Like VR sci-fi. Especially if it involves, like, artificial intelligence. I like post-cyberpunk. I like utopian sci-fi. If it's heavily about, like... Well, maybe not too utopian usually. I like... A lot of utopian sci-fi is like spacefaring stuff, like your... The Total Recall. I guess, is it any good? Is it any good though? I guess I would need to play some PC-98 if I really wanna give me Cyberpunk on. Luckily the Super Nintendo has several offerings. Well, at the very least there's Shadowrun. Sir, can you get out of the way? Thank you. Oh, didn't use any herbs. Derp. Well, I'm getting really close to the magic armor. Heck, no, I'm just starting to think about all the science fiction video games on the NES. Obviously, there's the Mega Man series. I am gonna play those. Like, those are high-quality sci-fi games on the NES. There's the shoot-em-ups. I think Rekka counts. There's Air Fortress, that's more like a space sci-fi. A lot of shoot-em-ups are. I would say something that's like similar to the cyberpunk transhumanist genre, but isn't have any entries on social consoles. It's like the Dodonpachi series. Dodonpachi. think the I is silent. I really like Hina. So the Hatsune Miku style aqua-haired quote-unquote antagonist from Dodonpachi who like plays the Hibachi role. I like her a lot. I just think robots are cool, actually. Sometime I really need to in D&D play like a battle forged or an autonome. I remember when I was in Florida, I just got to be at the end of an IRL game of Dungeons and Dragons. I missed most of it because I was up in Indiana or down in Arkansas. So I missed out most of the fantasy game. It was so sad. But it's like, oh well, at least we're gonna start another fantasy game. And then I found out that he changed it to Star Wars 5e. And I was so disappointed. I was like, I wanted fantasy. I don't want to play a sci-fi tabletop role-playing game right now. Please, give me my fantasy, please. Please, life. I didn't tell him that. But I was so disappointed. I only got myself to be able to feel interested by making a Leppy cyborg who was influenced by, like, Star Wars visions. Even as, like, my tabletop piece, I used, a Judy Hopps Lego. I used a Judy Hopps Lego from Zootopia. Is like my little figure piece. Digital Recall is awful. Yeah, I think I remember hearing that. I'm not exactly a fan of Total Recall, neither. That's the one with, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger in it, isn't it? Or is that a different movie I'm thinking of? Thank you for the gold pin. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Total Recall neither. Like, that's totally fair. Maybe if I went back and watched the movie, I would like it more as an adult. If I go back and watch it with an open mind, maybe I'll like it. I am sort of in the mood to go back and watch both Blade Runner movies. I haven't... Gosh. How long has it been since I saw the first Blade Runner? I haven't seen the second Blade Runner movie, like, 5 years ago. Both? Yeah, there's more than one Blade Runner. Haven't you seen all the meme images of, like, the new Blade Runner? The one where he's, like, looking sad and there's, like, that pinkish woman hologram who's like, are you lonely? I'm scared of supporting Hollywood movies now. I don't know which movies are, like, tied to Israel anymore. I'm just like, I hope this director or this actress or actor isn't in favor of this country. Because apparently a lot of movies were directed or acted by these people. Like, Apparently even Fight Club, for instance, was done by, like, an Israeli intelligence Mossad guy. I'm just like, what the fuck, Hollywood? Am I just gonna have to boycott all of Hollywood just in case? And just watch, like, East Asian media, Bollywood, European movies. Yeah, but you need to go back and watch that movie, The Palestinian. Something to watch later, Liz. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back and watch Blade Runner, both of them. If I do, I'm definitely watching Blade Runner on my CRT. Like the original one, definitely would look better on a CRT. I've got a PS3 plugged into my CRT. So if I go back and watch the original Blade Runner, it's definitely gotta be on my cathode ray too via my PS3 via like a flash drive or something. I'm up to 5,000, which is good. For me, it's gotta be AirPods. For the original... I mean, was the original Blade Runner widescreen? Or was it developed for 4x3 screens? There's an argument to be made about the original, if the original was supposed to be in widescreen. Because a lot of movies, TV shows were natively 4x3, a lot of them were. But a lot of movies, even back then, were made for widescreen theaters. Which is it for the original Blade Runner? I'm doing decent in terms of money. I definitely don't need to return yet. Download the best copy of the best cut Blu-ray. Is the Blu-ray good? Did they use any, like, upscaling garbage for it, though? Because a lot of Blu-rays use, like, gross upscaling technologies for old movies. What are you saying Lamau about? Wait, what? I'm confused. Jack, you're gonna have to, like, de-confuse me. I do know the best way to watch the... You prevent yourself from enjoying things. What? So you think that the upscaling on is good? It's... I don't know. I legitimately think a lot of old shows and things look better on a CRT. Especially if they were designed for it, or were originally 4x3. And a lot of Blu-ray upscales and streaming upscales don't look very good. It's a faithful scan. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. Then I'll watch that version. Then I'll watch that version of Blade Runner. Heck yeah, another Goldman! Nice. Almost to 6,000. I will be able to get that magic armor soon. Hey, Alan? Is everything okay in there? Something smells like it's burning. Oh. Ew.
It's gotten junky again. I'll get it later. Right now, it's got to cool back off.
Yeah. Obviously needs to. Yeah, it's gotta cool down. Oh, no, you can... if you want to, you can turn the fan on. It's up to you. If you want to, you can do that. It's up to you, whichever you prefer. Okay.
Come back down. Next time I'm around, though, I might take it out.
Oh, thank you. No, you're fine, you're fine. I was just concerned. I don't want anything to be on fire.
Stupid burner.
Yeah. Oh, it's just me talking to Alan. Julia's sad. I really need to heal. It was pretty good. What's Vice Project Doom? Oh, and speaking of my main special interests, fantasy. Are the Wizardry and Ultima ports on the NES considered good? I know though that Wizardry did better on the NES in Japan than it did on the PC. But also more people in Japan had an NES than a personal computer. Especially like an Apple II. Which I think is what it first released for. Sounds like Ultima at least was controversial. I'll search it up. Vice Project Doom. Thinking of a perfect fusion of these two things I'm like into right now. The fantasy special interest in the cyberpunk robot hyperfixation. It would be really well matched if I get into Shadowrun. I really should stream the Shadowrun games. I was thinking of Shatterhand. Oh. Vice Project Doom. Oh gosh, that's like the most stereotypical action hero cover. An action macho dude with a gun and muscles, and a woman literally leaning on him. That is just so machismo. That is just so insanely machismo. Gee, I wonder which gender is the intended audience for that game. Totally not a boys' power fantasy game at all. Or at least that's what the cover portrays. I don't know about the game itself. That's another thing. I need to play more girls' games that are actually good. Apparently Barbie on the NES was like hot garbage, unfortunately. Which sucks. I think I played that once at a family member's house and got like stuck and confused. The Little Mermaid's a legitimately good NES game. I also want to go back and play Girls Garden on the Sega Master System. Actually, no, that was an SG-1000 game. One of the first girl games ever. On Windows Barbie games. Were any of them good? I think I may have played a little bit of one time. You know what I like to play that were considered sort of girl games / otaku games? Remember in the 90s, those like anime doll dress-up games? Like the Kisekai dolls, the Kiss dolls? Oh, I used to play with those for hours! Some of those were kind of porny because you could like, on some of them you could like remove their underwear, lol. I don't know if those were more targeted at girls or boys, but I love playing them. Is like a little dress-up game. I always wanted more outfits than some of them had, but they were still fun. Oh, you played with Kiss dolls? Nice! Were those more targeted at girls or boys? All I know is that I liked them. I liked playing dress up with anime girls. Kiss dolls were fun. Gosh, that's what I should do. If I get like a Windows XP or Windows 98 thing, like, emulator on my computer, on like my Steam Deck, I need to go back and see if I can find some old Kiss dolls. But if I do that on stream, I'll need to be careful, because you can, like... I think they're originally, like, locked by default, but on a lot of them you could remove their underwear, which would get me in trouble. Gonna, like, test them out beforehand, but, like, those were fun. But if I get that... If I, like, install, like a little virtual machine for Windows XP and Windows 95 and etc. I really need to go back and like play some Kiss doll games for nostalgia. And the legwork, nice. I want dolls. I want some Japanese dolls, but they're expensive. Also, apparently a lot of them are just being default to treated as like sex dolls in the US, and a lot of them are being considered illegal, even if they're not even sex dolls. So a lot of like completely safe for work dolls, dollfies, and other Japanese ball jointed dolls are being like seized at customs. Because anyone who sees, like, a Japanese doll that's, like, cutesy and pretty is being assumed to be, like, illegal, even though a doll shouldn't be illegal. There's no, like, genitals or anything, and they're just like, oh, that's one of those creepy Asian dolls. We better seize this. So number one, I don't have the money to buy nice Japanese ball-jointed dolls. And number two, customs are censorship assholes who see like an anime girl and want to like destroy it, and you lose all your money and get no compensation. I don't have the money to buy expensive Japanese dolls only to be destroyed and seized by mean, stupid customs people. My gosh, I really want to own some of those pretty Japanese dolls. I've wanted a doll thief for so long, but I always ended up buying other things and being like, yeah, I don't have the money for that right now. Seize them with my eyes because they're cute, right? Oh, I love the Japanese ball-jointed doll culture. Japanese dolls are so pretty, I want some. I want them so bad. Number one, I'm scared of the money. Like, I can't afford it. And number two, I'm scared of customs. I've heard horror stories about customs. Just assuming any Japanese doll is a sex doll, and then labeling a freaking doll illegal. It's a doll. It's a freaking doll. Sick of this crap. Why are sex dolls in the... I don't know! I don't know! People have stupid rules. It's gonna, like... We can't go after the people in the Epstein files, but we can, like, arrest people for importing safe-for-work non-sexual dolls from Asia. People are just dumb and want to police the things people can buy. I don't care if people want to buy sex dolls. But the customs are, like, banning all of them, I've heard. I've heard a lot of dolls that are completely non-sexual. Just pretty ball-jointed dolls have been seized by customs. By some asshole at customs. Uh-huh. Glad you agree with me. I think people are dumb about this stuff. I think it doesn't hurt that there's like this idea that it's like objectifying women or whatever, so people assume that if it's like anime style and it comes from Japan that it's sexual in nature. And there's been like this whole like moral panic about like sex dolls and sex robots and things. It's the same people who like associate Lolita fashion with like lolicon. It's like, oh, it's called Lolita fashion, huh? So this must be like the book, right? It's like some fetish thing. I mean, yeah, some people have like a kink for different clothes, but it's like primarily a fetish thing. But I think that people just assume that things that come from Japan is like some perverted sex thing. Wasn't there also that, like, Type Moon visual novel? That there was, like, limited edition and there was only, like, 20 in existence or something as, like, a prototype? I think it was, like, Karano Kyokai or something. I forget which one it was. It was, like, a beta and there was only, like, 20 in existence. And Customs destroyed it. God, that makes me so angry. If it was my decision, we'd arrest the people who destroy these things and not the people who import them. Like, you're destroying a relic of history. I mean, I'm on my soapbox again, sorry. Am I being too much on my soapbox, Stab? Am I being too much on my soapboxing, Kuna? I love my soapbox, not gonna lie. Remove soapbox! Not my soapbox! No! Anyway, I want some of those Japanese ball-jointed dolls. Or I say some, just one would be enough, because they are expensive. If I had the money, I would definitely collect Japanese dolls. For me and my budget, plushie collection is my vice. I have like 100 plushies. A lot of them are Pokemon. Oh, seriously, am I getting on y'all's nerves about this? Yeah, I got a lot of plushies. I would have more, but you know, space and money. I've got at least 100 plushies, honestly. And over there, gosh. I've always wanted the Mega DNC plushie, but I never got to have it. And they were out of stock. Still want that Mega DNC plushie. I may have to make my own someday. Just make my own Mega DNC plushie. Because those things are insanely expensive now. I checked on eBay, it was like several $100s last time. Because they haven't made them in a long time. I love plushies, it's much more approachable than getting into quality Japanese ball-jointed dolls. But yeah, part of my assumption is it's like people at Customs just assume that a lot of Japanese stuff being imported is like some perverted sex thing. And often tend to destroy stuff that's like Japanese stuff coming through. And also, there's been like I think, like, moral panic style articles about, like, sex dolls and sex bots and Lolita fashion. And it's all being, like, some horrible, morally corrupted thing for, like, sex predators or something. I don't know. Apparently people can focus on this stuff. And people like Collective Shout can focus on this stuff, but we can't get people in jail who went to the Epstein Island. It's kinda weird. And by weird, I mean it just shows how corrupt our society is. Ooh, I'm getting really close. I'm getting really close. Alright, I'm gonna fight like one more Goldman. Then I'm gonna go buy the magic armor. I remember there was like an American, like, what's it called? Like, fashion show? Like, they were like, you know, what, I think it was called What Not to Wear. And there was like this younger, like 22-year-old girl. She's probably a lot older now because it's an old episode. And she was into Lolita fashion. She went there. They threw out all of her expensive Lolita clothes. And they were like, oh, so you're like into that like kinky stuff. You like Lolita. You like dressing like a child. You want us to be sexy. And she's like, no, I don't really want to be stereotypically sexy. And they just like threw away her clothes. And they called her mean for not wanting to go with things and not being happy with the direction things were going. And the clothes that they pushed on her. Because they were like, oh yeah, you want to be sexy because you have Lolita clothes. And it's like a fetish thing. And she's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. I think she was on like either she cried or was on the verge of tears by the end of the episode. Sort of thing is infuriating. And the whole time they were acting like she was difficult when she wasn't difficult at all. She was just like being like, okay, but she wasn't allowed to have any boundaries at all, basically. I think the woman who was on that show became less closed-minded about fashion, which is good. But, that episode was not a good look for the people on that show. I didn't watch that show because it got on my nerves. It's like the worst fashion police you ever did come across. I don't want someone to tell me what not to wear. Especially if they're got this close-minded of a perspective of which clothes look good. Like, clothing advice is good, but not if it comes from, like, ultra-normie. Anything outside of the social norm is bad. Like, there's all sorts of things, like matching colors, and, you know, tops that, you know, complement other clothes. And learning to mix and match better. And there was an element to that to this show, but they were just so judgmental. So close-minded. When that show was going, so... I don't understand. I think it was on TLC. I thought that show was so annoying. I honestly hate reality TV. But I gotta sleep. I understand it is getting kinda late. Thank you for being here, Inkuna. It was nice talking to you. I always like hearing from you, Inkuna. Well, this is totally off topic, but speaking of like shows and things for boys, are the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z games on the NES any good? I think one of them's like an RPG, right? Since I've been playing RPGs like Dragon Quest, is the Dragon Ball RPG or whatever it is on the NES any good? Might as well go all in on Toriyama. Oh, those are bad, that stings. Alright, it's time to go get the magic armor. That'd be super OP. Unfortunately, despite saving the game industry, unlike Atari who crashed the games industry, there was still a lot of bad games on the NES. There's a lot of infamously bad games on the NES. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, for instance, was considered, like, a not great game. I never played it, but I've not heard good things about the game. It's one of the ones the angry video... Yeah, X-Men for the NES is considered awful. That's another one. Which Super Nintendo games don't make sense? I think I may have rosy glasses for the Super Nintendo. Which one of the Super Nintendo games? Home Alone. You never played that one. I didn't particularly like the movie, and I just assumed if it was a movie game back then that was bad. There were some, like, TV show movie tie-in games that were good, but that one never looked good. Tiny Toon Adventures is good. Both the NES Tiny Toons game and the Super Nintendo... Oh gosh, especially the Super Nintendo one. The Super Nintendo Tiny Toons game is quality. Yeah, because Konami, because actual good developers. I hate that this is true, but a lot of Western developers back then were pretty awful. Especially on console. As someone who grew up on console, it was just not worth assuming. Capcom and Konami made good games for Western cartoon properties. The Capcom Dizzy games were good. The Konami games were good. Turtles in Time is one of the best beat-em-ups ever made. I know that's awfully weeb of me to say, and I am a biased weeb. But I didn't grow up very much on Western PC games. Not much, I did play some, and have some nostalgia for some of them. But there was a lot of stinkers. Like, one game I played a lot of, because it was one of my only games, was Bubsy on the Super Nintendo, and it was okay. It was better than a lot of people say, but like... It's too zoomed in. It's very unforgiving for a game that's, you know... It's very unforgiving for a game that's so zoomed in and like Sonic. There's a reason Sonic has the ring system. Bubsy is very trial and error, but it had some fun. There was a lot of bad, shitty Western games, unfortunately. And as someone who grew up on Japanese consoles, I am biased. Like, I have some nostalgia for the Bubsy games on the Super Nintendo, but they weren't amazing. They were just decent. And the reason for that is my parents couldn't afford to buy me better games. For them, it's like, wow, a game that's actually an affordable price. Let's give that for our child. is apparently excellent. Yeah, I want to play Bubsy 40. Honestly, everyone hates Bubsy now because it's like cheesy 90s cheese. And also because everyone hates Bubsy 3D. But the Bubsy game on the Super Nintendo was decent. Not amazing, but decent. Mostly it was just too hard and unforgiving. They shouldn't have given you like a one hit and you're dead. For something that is so zoomed in and plays like a slippery Sonic the Hedgehog. Or put into Super Mario World. Yeah, basically. Oh, if you beat the dragon? No, but I will soon. I want to at least get the armor first. Oh, I got that 20! On the flop sizzle. Oh, hey, Eddie! Didn't realize at first that you were the one who said the thing about Bubsy. I know it's you when I see the word flop sizzle. You still live from Tech Dweeb, right? Out of a D&D game. You're in Hinchy. Yeah, I'm just bad at reading people's usernames. Out of a D&D game. What D&D game? Oh, right, because... Wait, no, that's the Thursday game today, right? For adorable. I bet they are. Which ones? Which ones, though? Is it even discernible that you're playing a girl on the NES? Can you? Can you play as a girl on the NES version? I know you can play one on the Super Nintendo version. Oh, that's tomorrow. Oh, right, today's Wednesday. Derp. I love how much more manageable it is to get down here now. Hey Eddie! Are the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z games on the NES any good or not? Not Omni-Man. West Marches. Back when I was playing Power Ranger. Teamed up with it to defeat a witch and not Omni-Man. That's crazy. That doesn't sound very fantasy. Oh, finally. Alright, let's buy the armor. My goodness, that leaves me the money to, buy more magic keys and stuff. But there's a vertical shooter. This Dragon Ball? I guess I'll have to try it out and see how it is. I've got the fan translation somewhere around here. Oh crap. C. Kind of in the mood to play like Hytale or something recently, but I worry that would be boring for y'all. Heck, Navjack is. I bought the game just to play with me and I haven't played it in a while. But something like Minecraft or that such sounds fun because I want to build someplace. I want to build a castle. And what? You're what? You bought the game just to play with me. You bought Hytale. They say something wrong? Anymore. Oh, I didn't use any. I'm derped. I herped and derped. I guess my MP is doing fine. I'm close into plays like a sheep, but your weapon is the power pole. Interesting. I heard there was like an RPG for Dragon Ball on the NES. Yeah, shoot 'em up. Which are you supposed to do? Go to the, like, find the old man's ghost or defeat the dragon first? I think you're supposed to go to get to the old man's ghost first? I don't know. Huh. That's right, I'm too strong for you, magician. Beat the game while holding the princess. Can you? Is that doable? Does she even do anything in battle, or is she extremely useless? It's more just teehee, you can do this. I mean, that's cute if nothing else. But also, yeah, pretty useless. I'm so glad you can actually play as with a girl in the next game. And you can play as a girl in the third game. Oh gosh, sorry, I think I need to use the bathroom again. I'm sorry. Laura, yeah, Laura is her Japanese name. I do like the way Gwaelin sounds. Sounds very Celtic. Damsel in distress indeed, that she is. Alright, let's have some like background music. Seems fitting. And I like me some dungeon synth. Okay, back. Whew. This is a pretty good dungeon synth. Mirror Realm. I'm gonna get some more water. Has medieval fantasy been getting more popular recently, or is that just my imagination? Thank you for the welcome back. Because I'm obviously biased, like if there's like popular fantasy stuff, obviously I'm seeing it because I'm invested in fantasy. Like Western medieval fantasy, but also other fantasy. Is it just me? Is it just me, or is there like a castle core, medieval core revival? Like how Lord of the Rings films, yeah? Yeah, that generated a lot of interest, that's for sure. Introduced a whole lot of people to it. A whole lot of people. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard! Let me search this up. Were the NES Ultima games good? I guess I'll check Reddit even though I don't like Reddit. Ultima 6 on the Super Nintendo is vastly superior in terms of user interface to the PC version. No more clunky bag management and loot management. No clicking around. It's very streamlined and easy to understand. Okay, but what about... Alright, level 426 Ashron says... Ultima 3 for the NES is generally a solid port. I'm wanting to start with the first one. Ultima 4 made some changes, but is still pretty close to the original. Ultima 5 is terrible because they used the Ultima 6 engine from the SNES port of Ultima 6 and converted Ultima 5 to it on the NES? Huh. Ultima 6 on the SNES seems like a solid if clunky port. Ultima 7 got ported as a Zelda-esque action RPG and is pretty bad. I mean, why is it bad though? Just because it's not true to the original? Could be more like a side grade. I'll give them a try sometime. Might as well. Alright, let's go back to gaming. Hey, Golden Cream! Succubus. Did it actually show up? I don't know, sorry. Mwah. 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 What's good enough for me to want to try? Oh, great. Eclipse is begging to be let in upstairs, but Egwin doesn't like that. So I drew it. You drew it. Oh, yes! Yes, Snapjack did. You take emote commissions. It is good. It's a good job. Yeah, Egwin's kept Eclipse out for a reason, but dang is she begging. Thing is, she will meow for hours without stopping. Oh my gosh. Smug fairy. Surrounded by booty shaking. Hey babe, won't you shake your booty for the fairy? Mama wants booty shaking. Little robot fairy getting a lap dance emote combination. But yeah, in terms of Dragon Quest I, I forget. Are you supposed to defeat the dragon first? Or, like, go see, like, ghosts of the old man in, like, the town over yonder? So no emoticons. Wow, aren't you very exclusive? You don't have to, you know. If you want to make some money, by all means, have. Your skills are appreciated. You don't want to make money, really? I'm sorry, Golden Cream. I can't make Snapjack do anything. This has been his choice. There's only fold arms. Apparently, sorry. Not even I knew that Snapjack felt this way. I max out. Nope. I mean, yep. Well, thank you for all the help with things, Av. Well, thank you for the work on it. It's appreciated. Let's go ahead and go save. Yeah, it'll be relatively soon. Tempt not the fates. Oh, it's a thing of the mood. Yeah, you were amused. That was out of personal amusement. You were like, oh, this is cool. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Alright, I don't know if I'm supposed to get to the dragon first, but let's at least try going through here. Oh my gosh, they're really spamming the enemies. I can't wait to show you Navjak's work on Fairy Raider. Navjak made a Super Nintendo word processor. Yes, you heard me right. Navjak, tell them about the word processor you made. Look at all the people in here. How'd you get in here? Oh, you were streaming nades. They say that Erdrick's armor was hidden long ago. I hate people! Go! Leave me! Do you like cats? I bet she likes cats. Once there was a town called Hawksness, far to the south, but I do not know if it still exists. I suggest making a map if thy path leads into the darkness. It's going okay. I haven't been, you know, immersion talking right now, so I feel like I could be playing it better on the herb. Does it already have herbs, though? This gained us a lot of gold. Enemies decimated at once. What's this about armies of enemies decimated at once? Is this a reference to something? Right, there's like a secret room here. There we go. The harp attracts enemies. Stay away from the grave in Garnham. Dragon Warriors. Oh, Dragon Warriors. Aww. Shoot! Oh, I screwed up! I forgot to press stairs. Do I at least have enough? Oh, that takes me off. Yeah, I have enough, but that's still upsetting. Alright, careful. Ooh, it's so dark. A hut based on... Oh, is there? Huh. Oh, just a mere skeleton. You're nothing. You ain't nothing comparison to me no more. Niece. Told you. He was nothing. Really? You know, I vaguely even remember that. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie, if I'm honest with you. Sorry, I'm responding to someone in Discord. Mr. Iwasaki. Oh, from Standalone Complex. And one more thing. Getting a bath and shower. Oh, okay. Alright, I think I've kept up with everything. Oh, hey, Crickazoon! Can I ask you a question? Are you supposed to defeat the dragon or go to the grave first? I forget which order you're supposed to do things. I'm on the way to the grave and to get the harp. Oh, it's open-ended. Remember when games used to be non-linear? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Which is easier? Which is easier at level 12? Which is more doable? Oh, by the way, check it out. I got the magic armor. Cause it's just one fight. Oh, okay. Yeah, the magic armor is awesome. The cut armor, that's a good question. Probably the cat armor. Probably the cat armor. What do I get after, like, the broadsword? Because, as you can see, I have the broadsword. What's the next upgrade? Oh my gosh, Eclipse is still begging. Still a lot of gold. Still not a lot of gold. Is in Canton. Oh lord, that's expensive. That's the one way, that's the village way to the south where you have to use the, flute on the golem, right? Yeah, that's a pretty tough area. Maybe woman sword or chick sword? Wait, lol. Very. Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, got version 2.0. X Windows, this is where. Awesome! Awesome. Do you mind if I grab that later off stream? First seat is empty. What? Why? How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Alright, thanks. Thank you so much. I can't wait to use it. Another weird question, Cricketune. Are there any, like, cyberpunk-style games for the NES? The 80s was the heyday of cyberpunk, after all. Like, with the 80s being the heyday of cyberpunk, you would think there would be some cyberpunk video games? I know there was Snatcher, but that's not on the NES. That's like... MSX? Was it PC-98 or... What system was the first Snatcher on? I know it eventually came to Sega CD. Oh wait, in the 2D HD version? I didn't even know. I didn't know. That's wild. I was just making a joke. I didn't know that was actually real. I really want the HD 2D version. I only have the HD 2D version Dragon Quest III on Steam. Does the Terminator count? I don't know. I always hate how Terminator is like the most common version of like anti-robot propaganda there is. At least the Animatrix showed that humanity kinda had it coming for mistreating robots so badly. Cybercop? E-SWAT? Flashback? There's another flashback game. Hagane. Oh, wait, there's Hagane? I thought Hagane was just for the Super Nintendo. Why is it showing Hagane? Hagane is cool. That's a Super Nintendo game. Judge Dredd. Kabuki Quantum Fighter. I could try that. That's actually a good choice. Yeah, it's weird. On the link it shows Hagane. Actually, this has reminded me that Kabuki Quantum Fighter is a good game, and I should play that for y'all while going through the NES games. That is a good reminder. It's got Shadowrun for the Sega Genesis too. This list is busted. This list is so busted. Yeah, I'm aware about Cyberpunk. Julia's favorite tabletop role-playing game is actually Shadowrun. She's told me a lot about Shadowrun. She loves Shadowrun. Honestly, you should try getting into Shadowrun. Apparently the elves are very elitist in Shadowrun. I wonder if their society looks like super naturey or super technological in Shadowrun. I know it's a very, very xenophobic society. So it's Julia told me at least. Also, apparently, Japan is like super racist in Shadowrun. I think this is the series that'll just take me back to where I was. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Eclipse is driving me crazy. I am so stuck in here. I like the fact that Shadowrun actually does have a lot of fantasy. It isn't just sci-fi. Like, I would say that Shadowrun is more fantasy than Star Wars is, for sure. Even if Sony... Base, yeah, good Sega! Seriously. I respect Sega way more than all these current console manufacturers. I wish Sega would come back. Can we just get, like, the Dreamcast too? Call it the Dreamstar. Call it the Dreamstar. We need another Sega console. Sega, save us! Sega, save us! Sega really always was a more consumer-friendly company than Nintendo. I'm sorry, but while I usually like Nintendo games better than Sega games, usually, Sega respects its fans way more. No, they're not perfect. That whole thing with Shining Force was a disgrace. But I'd say Sega has a way better track record. It's still a PS option though. I think that Sega should swoop in and save us. Come on, Sega. This is when the world needs you most. Oh my goodness, I gained a level! Ding! That's one thing that sucks about Sega, is they never got a Dragon Quest game. They never got a Final Fantasy, they never got a Dragon Quest. That's so unfortunate. They really should have made an offering. They should have made and Phantasy Star. They did, but it was developed just by Sega. Phantasy Star is a good series. And they really should have had better offerings. God, I wish they would too. Can you imagine if they like hired all their fans who are making fan games? It should make me CEO. It should make me CEO of Sega. To see a Dragon Quest Gaiden? As in like a collection of them? I mean, if someone decides to make Dragon Quest as a homebrew for a Sega system, I would absolutely play that. Yeah, make me the CEO. Make me the CEO of Saga. I got a lot of good ideas between Saga. I would do it. I would do the Freedom Planet crossover. That'd be great. Ooh, a fun thing. Smiles upon the Yorari. Found the silver harp! Yay. Aren't I supposed to talk to the ghost? Maybe the ghost was the guy on the outside. Druin Lord. It's actually not that bad. I thought there was, like... I thought you would come across the ghost of the ancestor here. Was that just the one on the outside? There's supposed to be, like, a gravestone. Was it just on the Super Nintendo version? Showing the old console got new tricks. Absolutely, you still need to play Pure Solar. In the later versions. Oh, okay. I wonder if there's any other treasures I've missed here. I have a dumb question, Cricketune, because I know I'm biased. I know I'm biased and I've gone really into fantasy. And thus I'm, like, seeing only a certain sample size. But, is fantasy getting more popular recently? Or is it just like my sample size and bias is me seeming like fantasy is getting more popular again? Maybe it just, you know, never wasn't super popular. But like... feels like now that I'm looking at and into fantasy, it feels like it's everywhere. You know, you see cells like fairy core and castle core becoming popular. When I went to a Ren fair in Florida, it was absolutely packed with people. There's people everywhere, and then you've of course got the isekai boom in anime, but also in anime there's like a ton of fantasy anime. There's like Freyren and Dungeon Meshi and Witch Hat Atelier. And you know, all the other isekai or fantasy anime, you've got like Mushoku Tensei, Rising of the Shield Hero, Redo of a Healer. That time I got reincarnated as a slime, ReZero. Just to name a few. I mean, if you count MMO sci-fi anime like Shangri-La Frontier, that means there's even more. What was it? Soul leveling? That was apparently Korean, isn't it? A surge of adventure fantasy. Okay, so it's not just me who has noticed like a surge in the popularity of fantasy. God, I still really want that big box set of Dungeon Meshi. If y'all have ever seen it, there was one at the Barnes and Noble. When I was in Florida, there was one at the Books A Million when I was in Arkansas. I'm just like, I want it so bad, but money. The fantasy is always popular, but it's gaining more ground. Seems so. Okay, so it's not just me. I know that for a while it was popular even, like, 5 to 10 years ago because of Game of Thrones. But I blame part of it not just on the isekai boom, but on Critical Role. I think part of it is Critical Role. Maybe that's just me. Would it be wrong to think that part of it, Cricketune, is Critical Role? I'm sure it's not the only influence, but I imagine that Critical Role is part of some of the influence. Dang it. Also, that, in terms of Final Fantasy XIV, I have a question. Do you think that dang, I'm getting hurt. Do you think that new shard that we're going to, the one that was, like, frozen from an ice-related umbral calamity, do you think it's gonna be Norse mythology inspired? Yeah, the 4th shard. Do you think it's gonna be Norse mythology inspired? A lot of YouTubers have speculated that it's gonna be inspired by Norse mythology, and if so, what are they gonna do with Odin? Because you already have the whole Odin thing in the Black Shroud. Is it just gonna be like an alternate Odin? Do you think they'll add, like, other primals that they haven't had before? Like Thor or Freya or something that's, like, not been part of Final Fantasy history? Because Freya and Thor haven't been, like, a thing in Final Fantasy, really, sadly. Though there was, like, the Valkyrie job. I was figuring if they were gonna do this, there would be, like, a Valkyrie job. Because there was, like, the Valkyrie job in Final Fantasy V. And so we're getting a new tank. Good lord, this enemy is tough. I think I'm just gonna get out of here for now. Odin of the 4th. I mean, I guess there was more than one Odin. Or, sorry, there was more than one primal, but it was also based on, like, the Warrior of Light's memories with the Eden raids. I remember during the Eden raids, we got, like, others. And there's been more than one version of the Phoenix since Phoenix was invented by, the ancients, the people of, by the, Unsundered, I guess I'll call them. If I survive this battle, I am definitely teleporting out of here. I I can't think of any examples of primals that existed simultaneously on more than one shard without being influenced by a different shard. Being influenced by, like, the source in some way. Like the Eden is the first one that comes to mind, is Eden. But that was based on the Warrior of the Light's memories. Wasn't it? Was it you? Was it your gravestone? Yeah, I guess there's no grave. I guess it's just in later games. Weird. It would be a missed opportunity if it's a Norse expansion and they don't have, like, a primal Odin as a return. And also, like, Thor and Freya and whatnot. Also, I really think they should have made Valkyrie a job. If that's what's going on. The new tank is cool, I always like tanks. But they really should have gone with something like a Valkyrie inspired. I guess it's because Valkyries in pop culture are associated with spears. With, like, spear maidens. And we already have the Dragoon. If they do that, I hope they have a Valkyrie inspired, like, glamour. For... if it's Norse themed, I hope that at least they have a Valkyrie inspired Dragoon glamour for the new expansion. But it would be nice if they made Valkyrie a job, but it's a little late now. Alright, the nights sure are tricky. Ooh, it's wise to the next level. But yeah, they do have Odin traditionally. If they have a Odin here, I hope he looks more like Wanderer Odin. And less like the traditional Final Fantasy Odin. I hope that they manage to get, like, more Norse mythology, because Final Fantasy traditionally hasn't had a lot of Norse mythology. It sucks. Final Fantasy has been, like, very Middle Eastern Greco-Roman with its inspirations. You get, like, a lot of Levantine, Arabic, Greco-Roman. It's kind of a hodgepodge. Oh yes, they got some of it in Final Fantasy VII, and there's already Fenrir. They need to bring Fenrir back. Because Fenrir is in a very random Ishgard, a Realm Reborn dungeon. Let me find the name. It's where they all, like, turn into dragons and you first discover something's really amiss about Ishgard. Fenrir, and you have to, like, hide behind a shard of ice. What is the name of it? Snowcloak! Snowcloak, which is like a Realm Reborn dungeon. It's in one of, like, the Realm Reborn post-game dungeons where you, like... we're starting to get hints that you're going to Ishgard for Heaven's Word. So they got Fenrir. They've got Odin already. I don't know what they're gonna do for this. Was it first shard, you said? I don't know. We need Thor. We need Hel. We need Freya. We need ice giants. They already call them elves on the first two. So are we gonna get more elves? Are we gonna get elves, them being called elves again? We've already got elves and dwarves, thanks to the first, which is Norse. What are they gonna do? I don't know. I'm excited. As soon as I can afford to resub to Final Fantasy XIV, I'm gonna resub. Alright, I'm gonna put this, whoop, wrong one. This one. Gonna bounce. Oh, you're right, it is getting late. Sorry. Good night, Daddy. Right, I will be back in just a moment. Right back. Hello. God, that's a lot of force. Back at an unlucky time. 4444, that's 3 deaths. Oh, I forgot to turn this on while it's gone. Oh, it was on, I had it muted. Oh well. Welcome back, thank you. Guess you should get back to the grind. It was a game from my childhood that wasn't very great, but I still have fond memories of. Since I was in a very Christian family, they got me Bible adventures. It's all Old Testament stuff. Yeah, I remember that. You heard of Bible adventures on the NES before? Oh god, that game was brutal. Game was absolutely brutal. Takopi's Original Sin? I don't think so. Takopi's Original Sin? The person on the cover is crying, that's sad. Is this gonna fuck me up? I still got like crying on the cover. I have not until now. This looks like it'll fuck me up though. I like the art style at least. What's Takopi's Original Sin about? Is it gonna fuck me up and make me cry a bunch? I guess I should try to go beat the dragon. Hey Cricketoon, you need to be like at least level 20 to beat the Dragon Lord, right? I think it's around level 20 you want to be. I mean, I'm getting there. Slowly. Let's try some of the magic doors here. I think it just allows you to buy more keys. Just wants to make girl happy. So why is the first thing that came up like some really sad looking tears? Well, let's try. I think it's just someone who sells our magic keys. Oh, fairy water. Sure. Oh, it does that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I guess Cricketoon's not listening at the moment. Is over doing something else. Not carry anymore, dang it. Where are the bridges? Danger grows when thou crosses. That is true. Anything else in here? Well, that just allows you to talk to this dude. Some say that Garen's grave is home to a silver harp. Oh, it most certainly is. And bullying? Oh no! That's horrible! Bullying is bad. A ghost! They found a shell. There was a ghost inside. Hello! Tachikoma desu! Erased. Sounds familiar. I don't think I've seen Erased either, or read Erased. Hey, Novjack. I think that my current scene is pretty cute. But maybe I should try to make like a fantasy-themed one? Since I like fantasy so much, I'm trying to think what would be ideal. Do you like my current layout? I don't think my current layout is very fantasy. It's very cutesy. It's got my favorite color. The chat box is from Yoshi's Island, my second favorite platformer. Saving Yonika. What's this about? I'm trying to think what would be ideal. Maybe something that looks like a gothic castle with a lot of wood. Or maybe something very fairycore. Fairycore background. I am inherently fairycore since, you know, I'm a fairy. So I'm gonna get some moisturizer. Just know I just came back from the bathroom, but I need moisturizer. Okay, I have moisturizer now. Will not help a girl fever of a cat girl. Is this a reference to Chainsmoker Cat? I need to watch that. What do you think would look best? Like a castle? Or like a fairy forest for a background? What do you think, Nav? Maybe I need like a fantasy background for when I play fantasy games. Thou hast brought the harp. Good. I have been waiting a long time. I have been waiting long. I have been waiting long for one such as thee. Take the treasure chest. Disappeared. Fortune smiles upon thee, Aurelie. Thou hast found the stuff of rain. Oily skin. My skin isn't naturally very oily. I mean, I like my layout. It's peak cute. I'm just trying to think. What would be good for a fantasy theme when I'm playing fantasy stuff? Until my brain points. Fair! Fair, you did work hard on Fairy Raider. TBH. This is the village of Cole. Dreadful is the South Island. I'm trying to. Golem is afraid of the music of the flute, so 'tis said. Is there anything worth getting there? Well, I'm low on magic keys anyway. Good night. I forget where else you can use magic keys. There is various places. Oh my gosh, leave me alone. Thank you. You'll know I'm strong. Let's see if it can beat the dragon. And chests they do. Wait, chests? There are chests that need one? I haven't come across one of those yet. That's right, run! Coward! Another dragon? This isn't even the dragon I'm supposed to be fighting, is it? Ow! Where even is... Oh, I don't have any herbs, do I? I need to buy some herbs. Stop spell, maybe? Will not work. Dang it! Oh, I am screwed, aren't I? Fudge! No! Guess I wasn't ready for them. Maybe if we get some herbs? I don't think I'm ready for the dragon. Buy half your gold, right? That sucks. I do need that sword. I think I need to grind money for that sword. I thought I was prepared. I thought I was prepared. Oh my gosh, leave me alone. Maybe I should get this sword upgrade. Can I even buy herbs? I don't know if I have like the... Use the... Let's buy some herbs for next time. Let's max out my herbs. It ticks me off. As we're grinding back our gold. Feel like I need that sword. Plus, fighting things down here will help me gain a level. Because apparently I'm too weak for that dragon. Where's lost? That's fine. I just screwed that up by not having enough herbs. Because I completely ruined that dragon fight. It was awful. Leave me alone, Fly. You're gross. I need to play Dragon Quest VIII again. Go away. Zero Ultima. Why did I fail? Why did I fail the dragonfly fight? Did I just need herbs? Oh, 5 hours in. Oh my god! I'll be right back. This freaking fly! I want to go back to Florida already. You know what? I can use some disinfectant. I can use some alcohol as disinfectant. I don't have to go wash my hands. I'm wiping my face. It's just because I didn't have herbs. I guess after a few of these Goldmen, I'll try dealing with the dragon again. I want to give my money back. Or at least a decent chunk of it. Are there metal slimes in Dragon Quest 1, or were they not introduced yet? Oh, give me a Goldman. I'm not sure in Dragon Quest 1. They sure aren't giving me any Goldman battles, are they? Oh my god, this fly is driving me absolutely crazy. Finally! Finally, Goldman. Alright, well, I'm getting there. Oh, there are metal slimes in Dragon Quest 1? In the NES version? I know there's metal slimes in the Super Nintendo version. But it's a later spot? What spot? I bet it's like far south. I think in the Super Nintendo version it's like a far south area. And of course they're not very common. Fighting some metal slimes would definitely help. One more. Still a pain. Yes, it is. I have to get lucky. HP very high defense. And they run. They run like heck. It's been a good 5-hour stream so far. Was off to a kinda rough start, but it is what it is. At least I'm getting experience here, not just making back the gold. Either get lucky with a crit or a metal slash. Does metal slash even exist in this one? I don't think metal slash exists in Dragon Quest 1. Hey Nubjack, how much longer do you think you'll be awake? Well, slash is in later games, yeah, I thought so. Like, wait a minute. I mean, just curious how much longer I'm gonna be graced by your presence. I'm planning on sleeping, is that so? Heck yeah, Goldman. Mazy Daisies, oh gosh, I remember Paper Mario, Mazy Daisies. They were sure something. I love Paper Mario. I need to get around to playing that again sometime. I am almost back to how much money he had. And just wait 24. I really miss how the Paper Mario series actually built up a lore. It made the Mushroom Kingdom feel like a place you could live for once. It's a shame that, you know, things haven't been brought back to where they were. These wyverns are so annoying. I'm getting close to 3,000 again. Hey, here's a weird question. How do you turn just a few still images into a GIF image with like a free program? Since I have some of the sprites of Maria. Hers like a female, yeah. Daisies were interesting. Let's see, is he... Oh? Yes, another Goldman. FFmpg. I thought that was just a codec. I thought that was just like a video codec. It's been in use for like since the 2000s. I want to take some of those Maria sprites and like turn them into like a GIF image. You can make that a thing. There are other tools. Really? Is it free? I always saw it say FFmpeg for like videos I would download. FM Greg. That's right, FMMP Greg. FMM Prague. It's how you video. Well, would you be willing to try making a walking animation out of some of those sprites? It sounds like you probably already have the software. Weird people. Aw, what's wrong with a bit of MPreg? I can't believe you disrespect the Omegas like this. Lol. Lamau. But Zero, the Omegas are in heat. Don't call them weird. Megas already receive enough abuse. I can't believe Zero is perpetuating Omega discrimination. Has she covered? Oh, thank you, thank you. Looking forward to it. You do too much for me, you really do. I feel bad even asking for that. I wish I'd get another Goldman. All pregnant and tenderly holding their bellies. Sounds amazing. You know Consummate would end up getting pregnant very quickly. I would say Consummate would be one of the first to get pregnant. Gutsman's ass, lol. Been a while since I heard that meme. Wait, can the androids in... Wait, can the androids in, Nier get pregnant? Renena's hot. Hot. Nina, I'm sorry, someone's gonna think I'm a creepy Shotokan for it. But Nina's is way hotter than 2B. Wolf Queen, well, why thank you. I reserve the right to be creepy Shotokan. I know that being into 2B is considered more morally normal, but she doesn't do it for me. Now 9S, he's hot. I don't know, 2B is just too curvy for me. Too curvy for my personal tastes. You can like whatever you like, but I'd rather have 9S. I still need to stream Nier Automata for y'all. I have a lot of games I need to stream. This is why I wish I could stream 17 hours every day. Might actually get through this streaming backlog. "17 hours is tiring. For me or for y'all? For y'all, definitely. For me, I can manage. Alright, almost to 4,000. I really need to go beat that dragon. I'm afraid of losing my money, though. Okay, please get a level soon. My mistake once when I was streaming, playing Terra Online. You streamed Terra Online before? I didn't know that. I didn't even know you'd stream period, actually, or if I did, I forgot. Gotta be getting close to another level. At least I got 4,000 gold. I have a weird question, Av. How often is it healthy to do something like THC gummies or just THC at all? Like, at what point does it become bad for your brain health or anything? So obviously, I never want to develop you know, brain problems, mental health problems, like brain damage of any sort. I want to become a forgetful person. Like, obviously I only do things on occasion, but yeah, I'm terrified. I'm terrified of neurotoxic effects of literally any substance. Like, that's why I'm paranoid of lead. Like, neurotoxins scare me. Brain fog? Could THC cause, like, a long-term brain fog? I am, like, so scared of lead and its effects on the brain. Anything that causes brain damage terrifies me. I eagerly anticipate your response. F? The way you are worried about things. So you think 4 times or 3 times a month is too much, or is it in the safe zone? Oh, give me some gold, man. I wanna buy that sword. What do you mean, like, bunched up sessions? That's a time? I'm confused by what you mean about that. Are you saying I do bunched up sessions, or are you saying that 3 times a month is a safe zone, or too many, or... Oh, that's what you would say is safe. Okay. That sounds... I don't go beyond that, so... That's good. What does it even do to your brain? Do we know exactly all the details? I know we need to do more studies. I wonder if it's worse for your brain than Ambien. Because Ambien would help me sleep. But gosh, did he ever have a brain fog? I'm scared of Ambien. I'm real scared of Ambien. Heck yeah, finally another Goldman. It's no worse for you than Ambien. That's good. Welcome back, Cricketoo. Good to see you again. I got killed by the green dragon. But anyway, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, that's the fairy from Scholar. That's the Scholar fairy. I am over here grinding because I died to the green dragon. I guess I'm not ready. Question. Are there metal slimes in Dragon Quest 1 and the NES? And also, what is like the minimum level you want to be to... What is the minimum level you want to be in order to be the Dragon Lord? It's 20, right? It's like level 20, right? I think so? I know you don't need to go all the way to level 30. Yeah, okay. There are level metal slimes. 20 is the minimum. Okay, so I remember correctly. Cool. And what was that sword? They're at the south of Damdara. Yeah, that's like the town that's guarded by the golem, right? I'm gonna try to save up and get that sword. I'm like close. No, it's the desert ruins. It's to the south of where you are. Uh-huh. I don't want to go for it. I want that sword. I want that sword. Is there any enemies around here that will probably end my run? Called a Damdara. Oh, okay. I know there's that destroyed town that has a special armor. I forgot what the armor is called. But yeah, 2 of the items I need to get right now are the Hero's Medal, which is in the middle of like the far southeast, in the middle of Poison. And the armor that's guarded by like a super hard enemy in the destroyed town. Wraith Knights, yeah, the Wraith Knights are rough. I don't want to die and lose all my gold. Yeah, Erdrick's armor. It's apparently just like the magic armor, right? But it has like higher stats. I think that's what it is. Wait, isn't magic armor better in some ways since it heals HP? The MP can be used for healing spells, so I guess that does make the MP armor better. No way to store gold. Yeah, unfortunately. I think there was a way to store gold in the Super Nintendo game. There's less defense, but yeah. And the sword, you said it's like 9,000 gold? I mean, getting close to 6,000, so they'll just need 3,000 more. 98, jeez. You get that much for the shield? Can you even hold that much gold? That's nuts. Such a big gold cap. I gotta be getting close to another level. These enemies are giving me decent experience for my level, right? What's taking me so long to gain a level? It's right south of Rimmildar. Should I? Which one was Rimmildar? I'm ashamed to say I forgot. And yes, I am farming Goldman. At the end of the swamp cave. Oh! The one where you get the, magic keys. I don't know why I forgot the name. The spell is good though. Well, that's good. Nice. Malroth, yeah. And there was also the wizard that summoned Malroth. It's a lot of experience. Is this not a good place to get experience? Where is a good place for me to gain experience right now? Now that I think of it. Hargon, yeah, Hargon. Gosh, my memory is messed up. At the bottom of this area. Okay, do you think I'll die if I do, though? Maybe I should go heal first. I do need the metal slimes. Will the sword help me particularly much with the slimes? Or is it just all luck? It's a bit risky, yeah. I am getting close to being able to afford that expensive sword. To level 15, alright. I am gonna try to get some, some magic, potion things. I forget what it was called. Fairy water. Some fairy water to get to the town south of here. Not the one that was ruined, but the one that's being, like, guarded by the golem. And get that sword. I think I should be able to. I just need the flute in order to win. If I have that sword, I should be pretty prepared. Try to reach Cantlin. Yeah. Cantlin. So, Dragon Quest II is way harder on the NES version than the Super NES version? That's what it sounds like you're saying. Oh, and in Dragon Quest III on the NES, can you play as a girl? Or is that only on the Super Nintendo game and onward? It's a bit easier. Ah, I see. An understatement. Oh, hi, Captain Red here. What am I doing? I'm getting there. I'm almost to 7,000 gold. So it's on the Super Nintendo. But you can't choose your gender on the NES one, it sounds like. Dang, that sucks. It still sucks so bad. The Dragon Quest sold so bad in America that we stopped getting Dragon Quest games until the PlayStation. Well, that stretch is very grindy. I bet it is. It's bad that I still want to play Dragon Quest 2, though. Also, I wonder what the difference is between the original and revision one of Dragon Warrior on the NES. For each head, that's cool. Should have that answer. Oh, I should check that. I should check Cutting Room Floor about that. What's good? What's good, Captain Red Hair? Dang, I'm so close to 7,000 gold. Good lord, this is a grind. Oh, the Dragon Quest V remake. And there's a lot of remakes we didn't get and stuff. Like the PS2 one. Unfortunately. Speaking of X-Men being... I know this is a conversation from a while back, but speaking of X-Men being really bad on the NES and being awful, is there even a system that is a good X-Men game? Is the one in the Sega Genesis any good? I remember we ended up talking about that earlier. Yeah, I wanna play and complete all the Dragon Quest games on stream. At least at some point. Including returning to Dragon Quest X again. Didn't get the recognition it deserves. That's true. That's true, Zero Ultima. Alright, I'm up to 7,000. Unfortunately, to buy the sword, it's gonna need to be over 9,000! Why is Dragon Quest IX in a weird spot? I liked Dragon Quest IX. I actually named my angel girl Lucifer. Because she's a fallen angel! So I mean, why not? Never got ported. Yeah, unfortunately. I would love to see a ported Dragon Quest IX. Dang. I wanna gain my level soon. Like some text changes, that's all? Not much point in playing that version then. I'm playing the original. I was thinking of trying Revision 1 too. If that's it, then... No, it's really worth the extra effort. I'm sure getting there. Quest 12. I haven't finished Dragon Quest 12 yet, I'm ashamed to say. I got almost finished with the place with all the gondolas. So pretty early in the game still. Oh, Dragon Quest 11. That's why I meant Dragon Quest 11. Well then how do you know Dragon Quest 12 is generic? If the game hasn't come out yet. Oh, I see. So just some minor typo fixes. Interesting. And by interesting, I mean not that interesting. No, we're starting this game all over for. Oh, the protagonist. I don't even remember what the protagonist looks like. He seemed edgy, if I remember the character correctly. Like his design. That could have been my imagination. Like there was some sort of screenshot of a character who I thought looked sort of edgy. I'm so close yet so far. Probably boring the heck out of y'all. Just grinding away. So you need like 7,500 experience for the next level? I think that's what Cricketoon said. Oh, I'm good in there. By the time I get the money for that sword, I'll have the level. Finally a Goldman. Nice. Right, almost 8,000. That's actually Goku's power level. Definitely wearing my MP thin though. Might want to take another trip down here. I complete. Hey MP! On Game Center. What's the fake one? Is it for the MSX? Knowing you, it would be for the MSX. Knowing you. You know what, I'm gonna go back and get my MP back. The Nintendo DS? That exists? That'd be so cool. I should try that. Right, let's use return. Oh, I know Game Center! CX, I've watched it. I haven't seen all the episodes, though. And a Dragon Quest style one. I mean, I'd play it. Do I have any heals? Nope. My cup of tea. I mean, you don't seem like a super traditional JRPG sort of person. So close to the next level. For retirement. For retirement? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Lol. I'm not sure if I ever will stop playing fast-paced action games. Looks better. I'm glad you like the game. On my pastel border. I'm glad you think it enhances the experience. Does that mean you like my pastel border? I'm actually thinking of making like a fantasy style border for fantasy style games. Complements the game footage. Nice. I am pleased. A lot of the games I play don't complement this border, but I agree. This one does. I'm very close to the level. By that logic, I think that probably a lot of Game Boy Advance games would probably look good on this border, considering they tend to be super saturated. It's my favorite color. That's why it's my background. Oh, run away, coward! I am too strong for you. Dumb question, but was the MSX the first platform that Snatcher was on? I'm thinking of streaming Snatcher. Not right now, obviously, but perhaps soon. Okay, PC-88. Was it released at the same time for both platforms? Yeah, I wanna try Snatcher, like the original, before it was brought to Sega CD. I assume you like the MSX2 version better since you're a huge MSX2 fanboy. No, mean that in a derogatory way. We both know you love the MSX. Let's make a contract. Is that a quote from the game? Oh, you might actually be in favor of the PC-88 in this case. Well, I'll be. It's on the Sega CD, yep. Oh, I assume that there's an English patch of some sort. Hat in Time is where the contract thing is from? I guess the one, like, ghostly shadow character. I think you must be referencing some voice acting. Well, I guess I can do that, but I still kind of want to play the original. For historicity purposes. Hey Shiva, good to see you. I'm playing a game with lots of slimes. Surprised you're up this late. The MSX fan translation is, well, that sucks. Guess I better just play the Sega CD version. Guess it's pretty mega. Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it, Knuckle City? Oh dear, what did they censor in the Sega CD version? So close to both the level up and the money for the sword. Use panties to sniff? I bet I thought you liked sniffing lolly panties. Rolly pantsu. Are the panties striped? Ferg games.stature. Ah, I see. Come on, give me another Goldman. Heck yeah, Goldman! It's more brutal. I don't like death scenes. Oh my goodness! Uncensored titty! Avert thine eyes! Genesis fan port of Metal Gear, that's pretty cool. Think of the advertisers! Not an uncensored titty nipple! I am really close. Really close. Is that just the English localization that has those changes, or just the Mega CD version in general? There might be like a de-censor patch or something. Oh, Japan didn't get it at all? Oh, that's rare. That does happen, but that's not expected. I wonder why Japan didn't get it. Probably because the Sega Genesis didn't sell very well in Japan. Because the Sega Genesis, or rather the Mega Drive, was sold absolutely abysmal in Japan. It was well behind the PC Engine. It's kind of interesting because in the West, the opposite video game systems are popular when it comes to Sega. Like, Americans love the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive. But Japan was like, what the heck is that? And Americans are like, wow, literally nobody loved the Sega Saturn. Complete failure, nobody bought it. Low point in Sega's history. Literally, why did they make this? And Japan is like, what's the... I don't need the Nintendo 64, I got a Sega Saturn. I'm with Japan on this one. I think the Sega Saturn's better than the Genesis. Or Mega Drive. But there's some really cool Sega CD gems. I want to play the Shadowrun game. They've got KO Flying Squadron. They got a really good Shining Force game. Trying to remember some of the others. They got, oh, what was that game from the same people who made Grandia? Lunar! They got Lunar? Oh yeah, there's Nights into Dreams on the Sega Saturn. That was great. There's a lot of good Sega Saturn games. I want to play the Saturn version of Grandia. Using a light gun. You don't have a CRT? I can't believe after all this time you don't have a CRT MP. You would think that would be essential. That's like essential retro gaming tech right there. Alright, I'm really close. Oh, does it hurt your eyes? Does CRTs hurt your eyes? You do have that health problem. I didn't know that CRTs were rough on your eyes. Alright, I am super close. When I get the money, I'm gonna get the level. And fluorescent. Yeah, I remember you telling me about your health problem. It is true that CRTs actually glow. That's one thing I actually like about CRTs is the glow. LCDs don't actually glow. Which kinda sucks for me personally, but I guess for MP, that's an important accessibility issue. So close. I think that's why they say in the like movie I saw the TV glow. It's like a reference to the fact CRTs actually glowed. I miss CRTs. I mean, I have a CRT, but you know what I mean. Back when CRTs were in their heyday. Just like 150 more. Almost done, y'all. I'm really lucky to have not have more health problems than I do. Gotta appreciate what I have. Okay, got it off. Okay, I'm just gonna get a level and go teleport back and save. And then I'm gonna go for it. But I have enough money for this sword now. I just need like a couple more battles. And then I'll gain a level. Yeah, those CRT screens were pretty staticky, weren't they? Finally! Dun 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 dun! Ding! Right, let's get to max HP and get out of here. That's my limit. Good lord, that's a lot of experience. I didn't remember Dragon Quest I being this grindy. Let's go save. And let's make a mad dash down to the golem and purchase that sword. If I look like I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna reset. I hate to save scum, but I don't want to have to grind for all that money all over again. There it is! There it is, Shiva! The slime! Evil slime. Slightly unfriendly slime. Aggressively cute slime. Hostile but cuddly slime. Okay. Hopefully this is enough to get me to survive. Ignore the destroyed village. That's a super high level area. It is good overworld music. I like it. Look, is there a Wraith Knight here? You better let me run. The battle music is effective, but is pretty simple. Actually, I think I may be going the wrong way. For some reason, the fairy water isn't working. It's over. No, I think I'm gonna have to go below. Shoot. So I do have to go by this bridge. Then I think it's above. Oh yeah, I don't want to have to deal with the magic wyvern. Fairy water is lost, it's affecting it. Wait, there is one up there? I think I went the wrong way. The hell? Wait, no, it may be this way. I think it's this way. Yeah, it's this way. Good lord, that's a strong enemy. Moments of truth. There is the golem. Jeez, that hurt. Look at us even covering up my menu. What a beautiful melody. What? Did it wake up? What the hell? That was scary. This is a tough enemy. Oh my god, dang it. No, I didn't mean to do that. No, I'm trying to restart. I screwed up. Oh, time for the long path back to where he was. I don't know why I accidentally pressed run. Darn misclick. Alcohol means business. Rip to that run, huh? I mean, that is an endgame town right there. But still, jeez. I got this time, don't I, y'all? Totally got this. Got this. Thanks, Ab. I need that emotional support. Place is scary. Whoa! Hey, Kyle. Good to see you. Don't see you on my streams area very often. Not anymore. I got you. You sure did. You spooked me. Why are you so spooky? Succubus to Bye, Timbo. Ugh, Demonite. Good seeing you, Timbo. Let's see if I can beat the dang golem. Darn you, Nate. Can you not? Come on. Ooh, a wizard. Impressive. Hurt more. No, don't hurt me more. Who do you think I am, cyborg ninja? Through a shite game. What game is that? What game is that, Kyle? Can you not? I need Shambara. Is that really a bad game? I use squid in me game. Jeez. I've heard that Onin Shambara is like a cult classic. It's like a goofy, fun hack and slash. Oh my goodness, let's somebody survive this. See, so it's not actually a shite game now, is it? Forget how many HP this thing has. A lot. Just keep playing that flute, right? Good lord. This thing hits hard. Shame on you! How could you do that to me? A quick nap. Sure was. Jerk! Stop waking up! Rude. What? Fuck off! What the hell? Grrr. Yes, I did save prior. This is gonna be my 3rd attempt now. Was the Western release made easier? I doubt it, considering how tough that was. Considering how tough that was, I doubt it. Alright, let's go on to the attempt number 3. Let's hope we get some good RNG this time. Oh, this for a ding dang sword. A sword of legend. Oh, let's go away, skeleton. Am I just too weak to do this, or did I just get unlucky? Was that a lack of luck? Or a lack of level? It was just luck. Okay, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna keep trying until I do it then. Nice. Oh my gosh, they're just spamming enemies. Oh my gosh, the enemy spam! What the hell? I wish I could get one of those critical hits. One of those critical rolls. Against the golem. Are you serious, game? What another odd question? Have you ever played the NES game Daydreamin' Baby? This is a Star Wyvern. I was about 70. That seems manageable. I was probably pretty close. One of the games I'm thinking of also streaming is Daydreamin' Baby and Star Tropics. Saw a review about it. Oh, did you? Daydreamin' Baby is weird. Yeah, Star Tropics is a legitimately good game. Easy to miss really good upgrades and stuff, though. Really? I think the fairy water is a scam. Just saying. Please stay asleep. It's my 12. 70 minus 12. Ooh, 21. That means it's minus 33 now. That seems useless. I need to block the ones that are stronger than me. Oh, I got so much luckier this time. Success! Yay! That went like completely smoothly. What the hell? I swear that last playthrough was just like nat 1 rolls all around. Can you believe? Can you believe? Alright, which one is the... I think it's the one with the, do I have a magic? I do have one magic key. It's behind here, right? I think this is where you purchase it. Look any door. Sure. It's not what I need this time. Shop with the soldier. Oh, the soldier, right. There's more than one here. Good lord, that silver shield is insane. Nope, I cannot afford more. So the many have held Erdrick's armor. The last to have it was a fellow named Win. For the win. Yeah, that's a lot. You're just gonna block me in here? Am I under arrest? Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Fine. Just wait until it's, there we go. I gotta be right back in just a sec. Oh, I'm back. Sorry, that took longer than I thought it would. So I heard you wooing while I'm gone. While I was gone. Mods are asleep. Post a woo. Just kidding, Nav's here. Nav's a mod. To learn how proof may be obtained at the instant serve. To learn how proof may be obtained that thy ancestor was the great Erdrick. See a man in this very town. Oh gosh, it's that dangerous place. I think that's the person you're supposed to talk to. That's why I see you there, treasure, but I ain't got the money. Actually, I do. God, I hate to return there now, but... looks like I need those magic keys. I actually do have the money to buy some magic keys. Might as well. So what does my damage output, like what does my attack go to if one's buying the sword? Should be pretty impressive. Oh, this is the person who like holds stuff for you. Someone there. Well, there will be. My grandfather once had a shop on the east side of... Ah, that's where the special treasure is. That's literally all? That's it? That's it? So I am aware that's where Erdrick's armor is. What the hell? Thank you for the welcome back, Russian. Can I buy the radishes though, actually? I mean, I do need herbs. Oh, okay. Does this lead anywhere? Strange building. Does she have anything? Not now. It's not actually that helpful. Tis said that Erdrick's sword could cleave steel. We deal in weapons and armor. Dost thou wish to buy anything? No? Don't need that. Let's go to the inn. Hope it's not too much money. I can manage. I can manage. Let's go see if I can try to get the heroes, the heroes, whatchamacallit, the heroes medal. How else am I supposed to power up the Masamune? What do you mean it's the wrong game? Oh, whoa! 5, 6, 7, and 9. How dare you? How dare you? Let's we can die after this. Nice. Zing wyverns. Okay, here it is. I really don't need to be dealing with Star Wyvern. So it's somewhere around here. Maybe further out. I think it's over here. I do not want to have to deal with a Star Wyvern. Jerk. It's in this patch, yeah. It's like over to the upper right. Unless you think it's in this very place. I mean, it couldn't hurt to search here. But they're fun and thingy. I think it's like over, up and left, or up and right just a little. God damn it! No hero's medal for me! Fun! What fun! Free and sleep spell indeed. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Harumph. Do you think I should just go try to fight some metal slimes now? I am best off fighting trying to fight some metal slimes. What do you think? Is that the optimal grind right now? Is metal slimes? Rescuing the princess. That's so. I'd like to gain a level though. What do I get aside from just like the progression? I know if you like, I know you get a decent amount of experience from the dragon. Yeah, I appreciate the advice. Is defeating the dragon gonna be like a huge XP boost, or? I don't want to get destroyed by star wyverns so easily again. It locates, it does. I can find it myself, I know where it is. It's over there in that corner. I just died before I could get there. You don't need to have the princess to get it, do you? Like, what happens if you're in the same spot? It was about 45. That's not too bad. Wait, do you save Gwaelin by defeating a green dragon? Because those spawn randomly in there. Then again, around this area, a few of them spawned. Princess before completing the game, yeah. I think you have to, don't you? Don't you have to? Thought you did. I was thinking, Cricketoon, maybe I should have a fantasy-themed overlay for fantasy games like this. In the Swamp Cave. There's one guaranteed until you beat it. Oh, it doesn't. I guess I accidentally stepped on that one then? Maybe I accidentally stepped on that one. Do you think that I should go for one with more of a castle theme? Or more with one like a fairy forest theme? Or should I try to mix the two? Fairy theme would obviously be most related to me as a fairy, but... I was thinking maybe since I'm a robot fairy, I could make it like a magical fairy forest, but some of the trees are mechanical. Sort of like in the Mega Man X games where there's like mechanical trees. Oh, so you like the idea. Cool. Mechanical forest with fairies. Love that. Okay, cool. So here, down here is where Heck yeah, they are! I thought this was the area with the metal slimes. Please get lucky. Dang it, it's no luck. How tough are these demon mates? I imagine they're pretty strong. I thought I remembered them being down here. Cyber elves. You mean cyber elves as fairies hanging out in the forest? I think this area, this forest here, also has metal slimes. Oh yes, I've heard of Cyber Elves from Mega Man Zero. I am a fan. I am a fan of Cyber Elves. At least I'm hitting decently hard. Oh dear. This is gonna prove a difficult grinding spot, isn't it? Yeah, that is sad about Cyber Elves. It's really sad. I don't know if I'm strong enough for this to be a grind spot. I won't come across a single metal slime again either. And I've got one herb left. Is it even worth spending my time on the Wraith Nate? I do need experience, but... Finally! Nice. Darn it! No such luck. It's a real luck-based thing. I gained some experience at least. Gonna need to eventually leave though. I'm running out of stuff. At least I have the wings. So I don't have to save MP for the wings. Nice, come on. Come on, give me. Nice. There goes one. There's two. There's three. I just need one more. Fudge. I was so close. This almost feels like shiny hunting at this point. It's almost like rare Pokemon hunting. I can't believe it. I was so close. Knees, come on. Come on, give me. Let's just don't run away. Just don't run away. What? That's so unlucky. Alright, there's one. 25% of the way there. Three of four. Please don't run. Fudge! I was so close again. That's twice I got 3 out of 4. That's just me in game, getting my hopes up like that. Is this just gambling? Am I just playing a gambling game now? Am I a gambler? Don't you dare. You're pulling the slots. No! No, I become a gambler! I did it! I did it! Pog. Knees. I'm surprised it didn't give me more experience than that. It would like guaranteed level me up. Should I have expected more? I expected more experience points. It was only like 100 something, right? I better not kill me. Oh, I need to get home. Really? I thought for sure that would have been enough for a level up. It was a metal slime after all. What the heck? Oh, okay, that was the limit. What's the first game? I guess Metal Slimes got better in later games. Yeah, that makes more sense considering the luck aspect. How much do they give? Did they give you 1,000 in Dragon Quest 2? Man, I can't believe that metal slime is just... After all that work, they barely gave me an experience. Dragon Quest 8. Well, how much do they give you in Dragon Quest 2, I wonder? Dragon Warrior. Huh. Can't believe my rotten luck. All that time and I got 100. Again, the experience from that one is just 4, so it's still a decent chunk. But considering how much it takes to get to a level, it ought to be more than that. I'm wondering if those are even worth the trouble. Oh, I forgot to buy an herb. It should be fine. Hopefully. So I mean, 100 is good, but it's not great. Let's see how much mates give to compare. Oh my gosh, 33? I think the knights are a better thing to fight. The hell? I think I'm better off fighting knights. And Metal King Slimes that they do. I can't believe the metal slimes aren't better. I need to be careful. I need enough MP to teleport home. Seriously, this may not be worth it. I thought it would be. But it's just a bit more than fighting knights. I'm gonna be better off just fighting knights. Come on, gimme. Come on. It's on 3. One more. And they don't give you any gold because they're just for experience points. Ooh, twice in a row! What are the odds of that? Thank you for not running a metal slime. Knees. You know what? Maybe this is worth it. It's not great, but it's doable. Speaking of, I'm actually gonna fight this night. Oh wow, that was lucky. I'll fight Nates as well. They seem to be worth it. And they actually give me some gold. It was like 1,000 experience I need for the next level. It's a lot. Also, heck yeah, metal slime. That's one. That's one. Darn. This game requires a lot of experience. Again, I didn't remember it being this grindy. This grind is rough. This grind is rough. I really don't want to have to deal with Magic Wyverns. I want to be put to sleep. No. That's bad luck. Good. You know what? As long as they're attacking me and not running away. That was bad luck. Come on, keep working. What? That sucks. At least they didn't put me to sleep. I'm gonna have to teleport back soon though. Right, there's one. Why do I keep missing? No! Okay, 2. Let's return. Could have been worse. Gonna need to buy some herbs though. Herbs and spices. Dang, I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. I've been streaming for 7 hours. Musking. Gosh, that's so much experience. Guess I should go have a snack of some sort. I'll be right back in just a sec. Hey, I decided to have the last of the grits Julia made, and I made myself a glass of milk. Maybe I should try to go find the princess. Excuse me, princess. Are you going? Until I stream 10 hours, so like 2.5 hours more. Can I ask you if an idea for a science fiction cyberpunk story I've had in my head for a while is a dumb idea? My roommate Julia said it sounded silly and unrealistic. Since a lot of people here are familiar with the topic of lollies, right? And like all the controversy, I feel like I've built an audience that is like heard and has thought about the topic. So my idea for like a science fiction more than fantasy, because I've been writing a fantasy, but I had a science fiction idea. My science fiction story was called Crisis Skies. Because there's a lot of war that ends up in the skies and ends up like really messing things up. There's a lot of war in like space and in the sky eventually. But it starts off in which there is like an underclass of people who transhumanistically modify their bodies to things that are considered morally inappropriate. And it eventually starts essentially like purges, like they try to kill everyone. So like one of the worst underclasses in this cyberpunk dystopia is a social scapegoat by the governments and corporations. Of people who try to look like animals or more childlike. You know, like there becomes to a point where it's like, you know, people are modifying their bodies to be like flat-chested, narrow-hipped women or like really twinkish. Narrow-shouldered, you know, those sorts of features that people like what's her name? Like, that everyone's like fear-mongering about. Ty, was it? From Scarlet's Blade? I forgot the name of the new girl. Who's apparently like a robot. So there's people who choose to be like furries and animalistic or like youthful. No, Rebecca's from Cyberpunk Edge Runners, but that would be like an example. It would be like a criminal offense to modify your body. Like, there would be the technology to do it, and like Japan is like one of the only places that has like areas where it's legal to modify your body to look like a lolly or whatever. But in a lot of the world, it's like not only like will you not get like a job easily, but like it's actually a criminal offense to have such a body. And yet people underground are like trying to fight for their right to like look like a furry or look like a lolly or look something else that's like is considered offensive to public decency. And so people have to like stay underground trying to live this way. Yeah, I was trying to think of like the other story character thingy. It's okay. Yeah, Rebecca's a lolly. And when I told Julia, she said that's unrealistic, that would never happen. But it feels like it would happen. Like, considering our society today, I imagine if you had, like, the technology to modify your body to, like, I don't know, an animalistic-looking furry, or a lolly, or to a person of, like, who looks like a different race than you are, or to an inanimate object, maybe, or anything society considers immoral. I imagine there would end up being, like, a government crackdown. Because they could, like, scapegoat the people who look this way or choose to look this way as, like, being... like, the evil society has to stop and get people to look at them, rather than, like, all the corruption from the mega corporations and their, like, exploiting of the working class. But Julia was like, nah, that's a dumb idea. That would never happen. They wouldn't make that illegal. So everyone I've shared that with has been like, that's a silly idea. So Big O. It's been a long time since I've seen Big O, and what way would that be connected to Big O? But usually people in societies will choose, like, a moral scapegoat to distract people from, like, the way that corporations and the rich are exploiting the poor. But then I've been afraid to tell people because it's like, your idea is kind of silly and dumb. Is what I was told. Well, I'm glad you don't think it's silly, Jack. What do you think, Ethan? What do you think, Zero? A story about, like, a bunch of scrappy outsiders? Like, some furry, real-life furry people and, like, people who've decided to become lollybots or whatever. Becoming, like, an underclass in society because their body mods are illegal. And they're, like, trying to resist the government and find a way of surviving. Is that an interesting story? Well, at least Jack is the first person I've come across who doesn't think the idea is too silly. Julia told me it was silly. Crisis Skies was a placeholder name because I wanted some of those battles to eventually take place in the skies with, like, a very big, like, sky pirate-esque thing where, like, some people have tried escaping to little sky cities. My concept. Power class, how absurd. Yeah, indeed. It came to my mind because I thought, you know, with all these people talking about how, you know, artificial general intelligence is gonna make everyone's dreams come true, and we're gonna have this singularity, and everyone's gonna be able to do whatever they want. And then there's, like, cyberpunk, but, like, what if the underclass still exists in our so-called future? In our so-called utopian future, and so I'm like, well, considering the things that people want to ban or make illegal, if people were able to, like, become lollies or furries or whatever, look like a cat, look like an anthropomorphic cat, would that be legal? Or would they, like, make laws against it? I imagine they would probably try to make laws against it. So I wanted to make a story that would explore such an idea. Because I don't know how else to explore a science fiction story I want to write, where people can modify their bodies to be more like a lolly or a furry or something else. People think it's kind of freaky. Like, if you could choose to look like a Vaporeon, like a real-life Vaporeon, a lot of people would be like, no, that's bestiality. You can't do that. You're taking body modification too far. I don't think it would just be like lolly style body mods. But yeah, I feel like society, if we had those things, I fear that it would be illegal. I fear that people would try to literally body police. That it wouldn't just be like a saying where it's like, oh, you're body policing. Like, I feel like there would be literal laws. I don't want there to be literal laws like that, but I fear that there probably would be. And that's disturbing to me. So I wanted to write like a cyberpunk style story, because like, what happens to society when you can look like a lolly or look like a Vaporeon? Is a grown adult consenting adult? Because people already fear-mongered about people in things like VR chat using a lolly avatar. Like, there was someone who was a friend of mine who, like, said I deserve to be banned from VR chat because I use the lolly avatars. So, like, what happens when you can do that not just in VR chat or VR, but in real life? Does that also become a bannable offense? Does that become a crime? I don't know, I think it's something to think about. Oh, thank you for indulging me, Navjack. One of the closest things I've seen to this being explored a little bit is Valhalla, in which there is a lolly sex worker. And people who play that game, like, think that that's, like, going too far. Be for a visual novel. It could be a visual novel. Could be. I was gonna write it as, like, a novel, like a light novel. But absolutely could be a visual novel. Heck, I could make my story about Maria a visual novel. Do you think my Maria story would make a good visual novel, Nav? Oh, you just said for a novel. Why did I think you said visual novel? I feel dumb. Yes, it would be for a novel. I don't know why my brain put visual in front of novel there. Like, why did my brain just insert the word visual? Yes, it would be a novel. I don't have the resources to make that a video game. I mean, what do y'all think would happen? Because this is meant to be an exploration of the moral question, or the societal question. Is what happens when technology allows adults to become even more neotenous, or childlike looking, or more animal looking. Like, some people are gonna choose to look sort of like wolves and foxes, if it's legal. Would it be illegal, or would it not be illegal? Because it was sort of the mental exercise that brought this idea to me. Like, the question is, what happens? Like, the answer I've gotten to that question is usually, I don't know. Society would probably be so different in this hypothetical future that we probably wouldn't have the same moral system, and we don't know. But I still imagine people would have a lot of the same morals as now around, like, body types. Alright, 30 years from now. Actually, speaking of Valhalla, there's also Makoto Kusanagi from... Did he defeat them? Oh, I defeated them! Nice. At the end of the Ghost in the Shell, Makoto Kusanagi, or rather like the fusion version with her, ends up, in a lolly body just because it was the only one Bato had available. So we know they exist. Old man in between, you can be anything if the law allows it. If someone makes it, and the law allows it. But what happens? Because I imagine there would be a moral panic around such things. Thanks, Cricketoon! W victory! Why should morals limit? I don't know! Why is there so many unfair laws now? Because I imagine people will try to bring out a moral panic and be like, this is wrong, and these people are a danger to children, or something like that. It'll be like, well, people won't stick to that, and even if they don't, it's disgusting. It would be heavily regulated. And what way would it be regulated? I feel like this is a very uncomfortable topic for a lot of people, probably. It's just bringing this up is probably like, oh my gosh, very. But like, is this something people are gonna have to think about someday in terms of society that no one wants to think about it? If we can have cyborg bodies, where you can look like anything you want to someday, that includes everything. Unless you make it illegal. Ooh, nice. I would imagine it might even become illegal before the technology even exists. Like, there's already people trying to make lab-grown meat illegal. Because there's, like, this fear that people will eat lab-grown meat. Underground designers, yeah, I imagine it would be underground designers who would make such a thing. And what I would worry is that it would be a crime. So such people would have to, like, run and hide from the government and live underground. It makes you wonder, was Rebecca larger? Like from Cyberpunk Edgerunners? Was Rebecca larger? Or did she, like, modify herself to become more petite in Cyberpunk Edgerunners? I remember the studio was like, the lolly must stay because, like, CD Projekt Red didn't really want her in the show. They were uncomfortable with her existing. Much like a lot of society. Japan is different. Japan is way more comfortable culturally with that sort of thing, but America and a lot of Europe, they're like, ick. Seems like maybe East Asia overall tends to be more comfortable because you got, like, all of these lolly-style MMOs from South Korea. Or Genshin Impact and the like. But definitely the West seems to be extremely, like, policing. Like, definitely, if these body types existed, I cannot imagine it would be legal in England. It would be legal in England. I'm sure they would be one of the countries to first crack down upon such body mods. They probably hate it so much they give you the death penalty. I'd be like, is that a flat chest? Exterminate with extreme prejudice. If it was England. Because those people are fucking insane when it comes to that stuff. He's up in the future. Instant is to go tomorrow and worry. So is this a crazy question for me to be asking? Sounds like you're like, why is this one of your thoughts about what could happen in the future? Okay. You better believe that in such a future, furries will try to actually become furries, some of them. Not just like lolicons and the like. But it makes me wonder, was Rebecca always that petite? Or was she like bigger and modified her body to become smaller? Because when you first meet Rebecca in Cyberpunk Edgerunners, she's already heavily modified. Like her eyes are red and her skin is like a pale blue. So you have to wonder if she was originally that petite. Or if she modified her body. Heck yeah, another metal slime. I still need to play Cyberpunk 2077. Does it run okay on the Steam Deck? I keep forgetting. Finally getting sorta close to the next level. If it's not, I'd maybe have to borrow Julia's computer. Because 1080 Ti. I've heard there's like a specific setting on Cyberpunk Edge Runners for the Steam Deck. Sure, it's a lower setting, but it like exists. Could be worth it. On knees. Wait, no, it ran away! Oh, I defeated them, darn. Not limited. It's worth playing the game. Huh. I don't know if I have such an ideal setup. Nice. Come on, gimme! I'm not having good luck with the metal slimes no more. Oh, come on. So disappointing. At least I've only got like 1,000 experience to the next level. I'll get there. So weird to hear me talking about science fiction stuff while playing a fantasy video game. That's kind of a whiplash, isn't it, for y'all? Nice. This kind of what was on my mind since we've been talking about Cyberpunk so much. Which is honestly kind of weird since I'm, again, playing a medieval fantasy. Nice. Oh, is it? Hey, Funkle Drunk! Did you just follow me? You did! Thank you! Did I miss the cool Cyberpunk? You did a little bit, it's fine. It was an uncomfortable topic I brought up. A topic that most people who talk about Cyberpunk and sci-fi don't often bring up as far as I can tell. It's like freaky controversial. I don't know if you want to hear about it. I want to lose someone who just followed me so easily. Anyway, it's pretty weird of me. It's pretty weird of me to bring up so much sci-fi when I'm playing medieval fantasy. Alright, may I ask? Alright, so... You know how there's a lot of people who want to be like furries, or super cutesy and young looking? In real life, there's people who like get fursuits and wear like full body anime girl costumes. There's people who want to be taller or shorter. So if we run into a day where people can look like whatever they want to look like, does it stay legal to do so? In a cyberpunk setting? In a futuristic sci-fi setting? Like, you're gonna have people who want to look like, I don't know, Vaporeon, or they're Fox OC, or Bolt, or Sprigatito, or a Charizard, or like a cutesy waifu from an anime who's like a 3,000-year-old dragon character that looks a lot younger than 3,000 years old. And they're like, yeah, I totally want to become Nagita from Genshin Impact. And they're like 40, 50 years old. And actively married. With 2 children. As long as they're consenting adults, you would think so. But then I feel like morally a lot of society might be like, that's ick. Like, to me, that's fine, as long as they're consenting adults. But is that the way the law and society will see it? Like in Cyberpunk Edgerunners, even CD Projekt Red was like, do you have to have this Rebecca girl? Can you, like, not include her? And then, like, I think it was Studio Trigger who did it, was like, no, the lolly must stay. I've come across some people who've been like, Valhalla is disgusting and should be censored. Because there's, like, an adult lolly robot sex worker who, like, comes into the bar and is extremely flirty. If you've ever heard, like, the Bartender visual novel game. So, I don't know, given society and how much, like, people... But you would hope that, like, that wouldn't be illegal. As you could be like, sure, you can look sort of like a Vaporeon. Except it's copyrighted by Nintendo, so you can't because it's copyright infringement law. I know, people put the work into spending thousands of dollars on a fursuit? Do you really think nobody is gonna try to become a furry in real life? People are gonna go crazy with body modifications if in the future it becomes possible. So, like, if it becomes possible in the future to look like anything you want, do you think people aren't gonna, like, try to go for that? I have 2 stories I want to write. One is sci-fi and cyberpunk, and one of them is high fantasy. Both of them are ones that analyze sexual mores in a different regard. One of them is from cyborgs who choose to look like a way that's considered illegal. Obviously, there's a lot of other problems in such a cyberpunk society. But you know, I'm putting it from the perspective of someone with a illegal body mod. And the other one is about a medieval fantasy about a demon girl who's a succubus, who wants to, like, become a good person, despite the fact that she was fundamentally born in a body that, you know, is seen as sinful. I think that I'm wanting to make these stories because of, like, unresolved emotions and questions about human sexuality. Like, where the line is between good person and what is not okay is considered. And is consent enough for people? Or are people moving capable of, like, dealing with polyamorous people? Or people with weird bodies and kinks and things? Like, can a succubus be a wholesome, religious, you know, really morally good, nice person? Or kind person? Or in the future, can a robot, you know, a cyborg, completely go against society's morals and still live a fulfilling life? Yeah, good to see you, Larry. Well, thank you for not unfollowing and being like, "Ugh, you're a disgusting little robot furry. I can't believe you would even think about such a scenario. You're a bad person." That's what I expected or worried would happen, so thank you, Funkle Drunk, for being an open-minded person. I bet I probably lost like 5 followers just for talking about this topic. I'm gonna go save. You wanna write them? I'm thinking of writing a novel. Plus, I don't have to worry as much about censorship, because I can, like, describe this story. Whereas if I draw it out, someone might be like, this is illustrated immorality. Plus, I'm not very good at drawing. I figure I would either make a video game, which would be hard, or write a novel. I've already got a couple chapters of my fantasy novel written. I was even thinking of making my fantasy novel exist in the far, far, far future. The far, far, far future of Crisis Sky is my sci-fi novel. And actually be connected stories. Like, is this, you know, in a pocket dimension that happened and is created by advanced Earth civilization, like, millions and trillions of years in the future. Oh, thank you for not also storming off and leaving me either. I do appreciate that. Enough, don't worry. I knew it! Navjack hates me now. All is lost. The thing I like about robot fairies... the thing I like about robot fairies... is that I am one. But besides that... I like the fact that as a robot, or rather a cyborg fairy... that I'm a perfect synthesis of things that people think are opposites. I'm a fairy that embodies nature. I'm a fairy that embodies nature. But also, I am infused with technology and people think that those two things are opposites. My cybernetic enhancements doesn't stop me from being an avatar of nature. There are people who think, oh, you can keep away fairies with metal. Or you can keep away fairies with technology. Nope, that's not how it works. Oh yeah, speaking of... there was another story. I wanted to write a story about a furry girl. I'm thinking of putting her in my Succubus Maria story. Where she's like a little... wolf girl. A little furry wolf girl. Who, you know, is playing in her forest. And then things go horribly wrong. It seems like my story is gonna have a lot of fantasy racism. I know people like, ugh, fantasy racism. But it's a fun story. She grows up in like a fairy forest with other like furry girls. Or a furry family, like furry characters. And she's a wolf girl. Who lives in a magical forest. And she, like, goes around on little pretend adventures. And so she's, like, naive. Like, she's adventurous. Like, society might call her tomboyish, but I don't like the term tomboy. But, you know, she wants to go on adventures. She, like, patrols outside her little village inside the, forest. Think of, like... the Kokiri and Deku Forest, and the Deku Village. Kokiri Forest in Ocarina of Time. But there's like fairies, and there's like wolf girls, and there's gnomes, and there's a big sacred tree in the center. And she like is a naive little girl and she wants to like patrol the outside area. And she's like, I'm going on adventures, and she like finds berries and things and brings them back home. Oh yeah, I have seen Pompoko. I like Pompoko. I could add Tanuki girls and stuff. Or Tanuki characters. Got big balls! Tanukis have big balls! That's one thing I know about them. So she'll be like this innocent girl who wants to go on adventure. She has like a stick and she's like, oh, I'm gonna be a hero. And then like some human soldiers who are part of like the big evil empire. You know, like the Gestalt Empire from Final Fantasy VI, that sort of thing. They're like basically fascists. So there's like some humans that come by. She's like, oh my gosh, a human out on one of her play pretend patrols. And in these dumb soldiers, well, these asshole soldiers, like she's too naive, so she doesn't know that they're like evil or not to trust them. She's like, How do you get to your village, little wolf girl? And they like snicker at her and she doesn't understand why there's like that they're obviously evil. She like takes them to the village and they like enslave her family and the rest of the village and beat the hell out of her. So the story is dark, but like the idea is just like humans mistreating people and nature. Things that they see is inferior to them because they see animals and animal people as racially inferior to humans. And they see nature as something to be conquered and not to be respected. And so it's got sort of an environmentalist theme. And of course, this is not all humans, this is a specific empire. But you know, you saw that sort of thing also even just in like the Beastmen. In like Mushoku Tensei, where like a lot of people treats the animal people badly. Except they wouldn't just be like humans with like cat ears, they would be like proper furries. And so her resistance, and again, I may write her own book, or I may write one like it's like a chapter in my Succubus Maria story. But the idea is that, you know, she will have to become like a freedom fighter. Like a freedom fighter, but instead of just fighting Dr. Robotnik, it's like a resistance group against the human empire, like the Gestalt Empire, essentially. And like her goal at first is to like free her family, free her parents from the humans who she trusted too easily. To forming like, you know, sort of a guerrilla warfare resistance group. And eventually an opposing army to try to defeat this empire. I'm glad you like the idea of Uncle Drunk. Also going through xenophobia. So I wanted them to eventually at least meet, since they're going to exist in the same universe and on the same planet. So she would be subjected to like mistreatment since she's a demon and is assumed to be like sinful and evil. And that would give them like a common cause to fight against this empire eventually. Is there hope? Okay, I've defeated them. So yes, I don't know if it would be xenophobia, but she would definitely be experiencing like a kind of fantastical racism. Her story is less about like fighting the empire though, and more about self-acceptance. Maria's journey and her story, the story theme for Maria, because they say, you know, focus on theme for your stories, focus on a theme for your characters. Maria's theme is one of self-acceptance. Dang it, I should have healed more. I'm gonna really need to heal hard. Please don't die. Please don't die. Shoot! Oh shoot, I'm out of them. No, I'm gonna die! I'm dead. Fuck! God damn it! I lost half of my freaking gold. Fuck! It's okay, I'll get a bunch of money again, but that sucks though. I need to go buy some herbs. That sucked. So yeah, Maria's character is supposed to symbolize a character who is like a lot of things finding acceptance. She's meant to be like an allegory for like hypersexual people and hypersexual people with fetishes or people outside sexual norms, people who are polyamorous, people who are queer, you know, whether they're bisexual or gay or transgender, people who like fit outside of like society's sexual norms and standards. I feel like this Luru character, who is the furry girl, is meant to be more of a representation of the suppression that's, let's say, people who lived outside of civilizational norms, who were racially discriminated against or culturally discriminated against as being inferior because they're not, you know, as high of civilization or whatever as other groups of people. Is what, you know, some racist empire would have done. So it's, I feel like one is, it's not perfect because it's like fantasy racism. But I feel like one is more a question of like society's sexual morals while still being a good person. Whereas the other is a story about the way in which society like attacked people with animistic religions or people who fall outside of racial and cultural norms, such as Native American people, or the suppression that people in India faced at the hands of British people. Or these sort of ways that people went to Africa and said, oh, these people have a primitive culture. They're not as human as you or I. So she's more of a stand-in, I feel like, for the racist ways tribal cultures have been treated. Because she's, like, connected to nature. She lives in a small tribal community. She, speaks with nature and the spirit. She's an animist. Did I buy enough? Oh, okay, I bought them all. And so, like, the resolution to Maria's story is self-acceptance and finding strength in her heritage as a demon, rather than being ashamed of who she is. Whereas, whereas Luru, the furry girl's answer, is to learn to fight back and be, like, proud of where she came from and her heritage. Finding the courage to stand up to imperialism, basically. And even in the first chapter of the book, sort of like touched on some of the themes with Maria, for instance. that has kind of made it kind of a less than subtle allegory for like hypersexual or queer people. She's like wrestling with who she is as a succubus, and even when she looks in the mirror, hint hint, she's not happy with what she sees. Though that's not a perfect allegory for, like, say, transgender people, because, like, she has to learn to accept what she looks like, and it's kind of the opposite for transgender people, where it's like, no, you're never gonna necessarily be happy unless you transition. But it does show that, like, she has body issues. She is unhappy with who she is, and she has to learn to embrace who she is. And find power in the ability to help and be a good person using and embracing her demonic powers. And in the story of Maria is one of self-acceptance. The story of Luru, the furry wolf girl, is to find the courage and the strength to fight back. But yeah. Neither of these are a perfect analog. But I guess Maria is closer to like an analog. Like using a classical term. Hooker with a heart of gold. Yes, though I don't think she's gonna be like a sex worker or get money from that. Though I do think that she always lives with polyamorous temptations. I do want to give her, like, a husband eventually. But I do want to, like... I'm basically gonna give her the Rudius route. Is what's in my imagination. The wolf girl. The little wolf girl does not have body issues. Maria the demon does. She doesn't like her eyes, which look demonic. She doesn't like her horns. I would love to share that sometime. I've got like a whole world map built out. I've got like different cities. I'm going like... I haven't created a whole language, but I'm kind of J.R.R. Tolkiening this. In that sort of tradition of like making a huge map and world building a huge lore. I got so much stuff going on in my head. Alright, I gotta be right back in just a sec. I won't be gone long. Oh, crap, am I being too loud? Please sleep downstairs. Okay. Sleeping downstairs. No, the Maria has horns! The confusion. No. Lol. Alright, be right back. Okay, Bat. I'm glad it sounds like a good character. Yeah, I've thought about this world I've wanted to build for kind of a long time now. Kind of a long time. Okay, back. I'm probably keeping up related to you. Say you're sleepy, huh? I'm not surprised. I'm only going for like an hour and a half longer. But yeah, I want Maria's story arc to find strength from her demonic powers to save people, eventually. To embrace who she is. I want Luru's story to be a story about finding the strength and the courage. She already is a courageous little girl, but she becomes very emotionally broken over what happens, of course. To find the intelligence and the wit to destroy the Empire. Because she's already got the courage. But I want her growth journey, if there is one, would be that she becomes smart. That she gains the strength, the real strength, like the intelligence, to form an army and overthrow imperialism. Should get into drawing. I should, but I'm intimidated. I'm gonna need it though, because I could turn this into like a visual novel or an RPG or something. So that would be good. The rebels, yes, exactly. Rebel fighters. You're literally gonna be in for rebel fighters? Are literally gonna be influenced by the freedom fighters in the Sonic Archie comics. I'm influenced by Eggman. Aww. A lot of these ideas have come to me through, like, thought experiments. And I always found it weird that in Sonic comics, there's never really any, like, discrimination against any of the furry characters. Like humans and these furry characters in a world that still has racism based off our own world. Where you go, like, San Francisco, and he's, like, you know, racing down the hill, or in Sonic X, where he's suddenly in the human world. There's no racism towards these furry people in a world that is based on our own, where there's literal racism based on skin color, and people dehumanize people based on comparing them to animals. Usually to, like, other apes, like monkeys or something. And, like, images of different races, even, you know, Irish people. Even Irish people, they were like, oh, you're more similar to a monkey. And you're telling me that in a world where humanoids, hedgehogs, and foxes, and all these other things exist, that there's no discrimination. So, what I thought was, in a fantasy setting, it would be nice to take, like, the idea of the freedom fighters and mix it sort of like with the idea of the espers and the returners in Final Fantasy VI, and sort of mix the idea of the Gestalt Empire with Eggman's Empire, and the freedom fighters with the returners and the espers, and sort of explore this idea of what it would really be like if there was furry human people in, like, a medieval-esque society. Well, how would they live? How would they fight against racism and imperialism? How would they fight against speciesism? And in a world that sees, like, animals as pets or beasts for slaughter and food, or a nuisance and a pest. Because I really don't think this idealistic situation in a world where people were discriminated against based on skin color, that people would suddenly be like, oh yeah, these animal people are just fellows, just fellow humans. They just look a little different. I don't think that would happen. So yeah, I'm not gonna necessarily live like this world free of our own real world prejudices. But I thought it would be interesting to explore the idea of, like, what happens. Because I imagine that in a world where you can look whatever you want to look like, some things would be legally off limits. At least morally. I imagine a world if our Middle Ages had furry people, I don't imagine they would have been treated very well. Way of saying slurs. What is the star way of trick? Well, what do they call the, oh, why am I forgetting their names? Why am I forgetting some of the other race names? And so what was it, the Romulans? Or was that warrior race? Triangons? No. Why am I forgetting the Star Trek races now? The ones with, like, the facial wrinkles, or I know there's the ones that are, like, very business oriented and patriarchal. Or Ferengi, or what's his name, is like females. And then there's, like, the warrior race of people. Why am I forgetting their name? Yeah, the Klingons! Is there a slur for Klingons? I don't know why that was on the tip of my tongue. Maybe those gummies ruined my memories. I have memory problems. From THC. Or, you know, maybe just have trouble remembering everything, especially if I'm tired. It's 2 AM. Oh shoot, did I forget to heal? Fudge, I forgot to heal. Should have used my MP to heal. That was dumb. Sure did screw that one up. Nice. At least I think I can make it to 10 hours. I'm starting to get sleepy. I'm starting to get real sleepy. Tomorrow's stream may also not be as long because I'm planning to go exercising. I'm planning on going on another real-life adventure. I want to go to the library since they'll be open tomorrow. Check out a fantasy book. And get a soda and go to... Actually, I don't have the money for a soda right now. I have to just bring a water bottle from home. Go back maybe to the same golf course. Find a nice little spot and read a fantasy book. That was a nice scenic place, and it was not a lot of traffic sounds. It was far enough from the, because I'm a little drunk. Okay, I understand. Thank you for talking to me. Thank you for not attacking me. I gotta show you my Discord because the link is broken. Let me give you, like, an invite because the link is broken and I forgot to fix that. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, welcome! Thank you for not judging me and treating me like a shitty person for my science fiction idea. Thank you so much, Funkle Drunk. I should talk to you about alcohol sometime. Quick question, you don't have to answer it. Do you like stout beers? I love the flavor of stout beers. I'm not a big alcohol person. I have always liked really rich or bitter beers. I like IPAs. I like stouts. And eels. Heck yeah! Stouts and eels! I love bitter flavors. Like dark ass coffee. Right? I also like coffee. I like bitter flavors. Give me the richness. I like dark chocolate. I like matcha. I like really strong green tea. I like oolong tea as well. I like stout beer. I like anything that's a really strong dark beer. You've been bringing it up. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Alright, I'll let you go. I'm sorry I kept you longer. You're talking about getting drunk and your name being Funkle Drunk is like, aw. Do I have drinks in common with this person? Believe me, If I had the money to buy a stout right now, it would be very tempting, but money. Like, if I could afford a matcha latte right now, I'd probably do that. I need to make some matcha at home. I still really want to try Caskill. I hope it doesn't let me down. Fantasy stories always make me want to try Caskill and mead. I've now at least had mead. I like mead. I really like Viking's Blood mead. There's several different brands of mead now. I really like spiced meads. Ooh, Money Day. Congratulations. Friday, wait, is it tomorrow? Friday the 31st? Crud, did I miss it? Wait, no, today is it. Okay, when I wake up tomorrow, I need to do my appointment. I was scared. I was like, wait, did I miss the 30th? I was like, adulting fail. But no, it's on the 30th, which is today because it's past midnight. Alright, I gotta go back. At least I'm close to a level. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Talking about... Oh, did you hear it? Did you hear the ideas? What did you think of them? Good. Try to work on my own stories. Yeah. Understandable. I think maybe I should have been working on my story instead of streaming today, but I'm glad I did get around to streaming from y'all. It's been a couple of days. Oh, okay. Well, what did you catch? What did you hear? Racism. Everyone loves racism. You're like, wow, Fairy sure likes racism. Lol. Oh yeah, I should play more, Suddenly hears from the other room. Wow! Fairy sure does like racism. White girl moment. No, like, yes, Maria doesn't like her horns and other, like, physical signs of being a demon. The long and short of it is that Maria is very queer-coded, and Luru, the furry wolf girl, is very, like, indigenous-coded. For lack of a better word. Oh, there's a fly in the TV is driving me crazy. So let me only make it 15 more minutes. I want to make it 10 hours, but I'm getting tired. Tomboy OC. You could say that Luru is like a tomboy OC. She's like very adventurous. Like in her own head, when she's a child, she's like the hero of her own shonen anime. She like goes out and does pull-ups on trees and swings her stick around like it's a sword. Is super hot-blooded. I think that Maria is a little bit too much of a self-insert, unfortunately. I'm trying to not make her a self-insert, but it's hard for me to not put a bit of myself in a lot of characters. Is she boyish? I guess I make all of my characters that I make as main characters a little gender non-conforming. I don't think she's a Fuda. I think she is pansexual like me. I think that she has a sex drive that would make you think of a man. A very horny, hypersexual man. Like, she's someone who thinks about sex all the time, whether she wants to or not. It's very distracting. I try not to stereotype characters as boyish or girlish. But I guess my furry girl Luru would be more the quote-unquote tomboy. Because she's just always craving adventure. Especially since she was a kid. She wants to climb on things. She wants to beat up things. She wants to prove she's strong. She wants to exercise and get strong arms. And she's not interested in anything but like roughhousing and going on adventures. You know, before she has to try to learn to overthrow the Empire. Maria is like high empathy people pleaser. High empathy people pleaser. Dang it. Sound very tomboyish. What doesn't sound very tomboyish? Yeah, I never said that I think that Mari is particularly tomboyish. Luru! My furry girl. I would say that all of my characters go to some degree against social norms, though. But Luru, does she not sound tomboyish? I don't know how people to define these words. Gender is arbitrary. Gender roles are so arbitrary. Are you saying that my furry girl, who's like all about adventure, isn't tomboyish? You would think so, but you know, I'm not one to argue. Maybe neither of them are. Jury is out on the furry girl. Just Maria? Just Maria's what? Oh, just Maria doesn't sound tomboyish? If I were to judge, I would say I'm not rating Maria's particularly quote-unquote tomboyish, but the furry girl Luru is. In my opinion. Not that I think that tomboyish is like a very good term. Oh, I can't wait to get back to writing my story. Maria is a goody two-shoes do-gooder who is extremely lustful by nature. Luru is that gonna be called Luru or Lumu? I'm just going with Luru for now. Maybe sound like Lulu in Japanese or Ruru. Finally a level! Finally! But Luru is the sort of person who likes to have an adventurous spirit. Finally! Five more levels until I should be capable of beating the game. Hopefully this keeps me alive longer. Yeah, the way I would see it, at least in terms of sexuality, like orientation, I think that Mori is like a straight-leaning pansexual. She's more attracted to men than women, but she's still attracted to women. She doesn't work in a factory. Where'd the factory come from? Oh, wait, this is just like a hypothetical. Well, I'll put it this way. Luru is the furry wolf girl, and she's the adventure girl. Like, she actively has, like, an adventurous spirit. Maria just wants someplace to belong to. And a guy to cuddle up with. And more so, she wants to help people and be accepted by society. I would say Lurok's kind of like a hot-blooded shonen protagonist. Or she's like, believe in the me that believes in you. Sort of motivational character. That don't feel a need? That's a good question. I mean, I don't think that that's Luru exactly. It's less that she wants to be accepted by society, more that she's gonna force it to happen. Because I'm not sure that later in the story Luru is like, oh, I want to be accepted. She's more like, you're gonna respect me, or else. And she's confident enough that she probably doesn't care. And is just focused on fighting the Empire. I would say that Luru has more self-confidence than Maria. She's more worried about justice than acceptance. If that makes any sense. And uncaring, I guess? Are you saying that Luru isn't that? Maybe my ideas are bad. I'm sorry, this is just the way I felt pulled to write, Maria. I don't think Luru is a character who is focused on what society thinks of her. Maria is. I'm not just trying to write characters who feel a need to be accepted by society. Are you certain that Luru isn't a character who is? These are two different characters after all. For me, her focus is injustice, not acceptance. Or is that the same thing? You were talking about. I don't know if we're on the same page. You said. You asked me if I have any characters who aren't focused on acceptance. And I tried to explain that I don't think it's Luru, and then I felt self-conscious when you started going on about how wanting to be accepted is an overdone or bad motivation or something. Or that we need more characters who aren't like the one I want to write. I don't think that... No, you're fine, Challenge. I shouldn't have catastrophized. I don't think that Luru is focused on wanting acceptance. I think she's focused on justice. Are my characters bad? No, not at all. Well, that's a relief. No, that's good. But no, I'm not planning on making my characters all just people who want acceptance. But that is Maria's story, and ultimately, the most important acceptance she needs to learn to have is self-acceptance. Whereas I feel like Luru already starts with self-acceptance. I mean, how did you rate your characters? Oh, okay. Do you understand that Maria and Luru are different characters? Yes, I've been talking mostly about Luru the past few sentences. Or minutes. So, I'll show you I'll talk more about Luru again. Or sorry, Luru. Sorry, Luru. I got the name similar to Luru. Do you remember Luru from that one show? The wolf girl? From Magical Pokemon? I accidentally called her that because of Luru. But, I'm trying to find it. Is a V-Roid hub? So there's this VR chat avatar that I base Luru off of. Let me Google this and see if I can find it again. Lulu. Is this website still available? Serena. Does this website still exist? I'm trying to think about where I bought my models from. Booth, right, Booth. That was what it was called. So this is an avatar I bought and used to use on VRChat. And she inspired this character, along with my thoughts about what kind of prejudice would furry people experience in a middle-aged fantasy setting, based on my dissatisfaction with the fact that a lot of stories with furries don't actually go into prejudice. So I'll just save this image. I'll like share it. Just so you can see it for a moment without clicking the link. So this is Lulumu, an avatar I used to use in VRChat a lot. So a lot of this I was talking about was not about Maria, but another character. I was talking about both of them. I was comparing and contrasting them. I discovered her in this, like, V-Cut world, where it was, like, a very, like, fairy-themed, nature-y world. And then I, like, started to imagine what a girl like her, like a wolf girl. Number one, do y'all think she looks more like a wolf girl or a fox girl? I think most people I've talked to think she looks more like a wolf girl. Yeah, wolf. So, imagine her like this, but she has like a little wooden sword, grew up in like a little fairy forest, and would not spend a lot of time at home. She'd be outside going on adventures. She would have like go out and find berries for her family. Kinda disrespectful and brash. And didn't have like a disrespect for authority, and then run off into the woods and have adventures and hit things with her wooden sword. And she's like very adventurous. So, eventually, after like years of being like a little girl and going on adventures around the woods in her fairy forest, Mystery has a lot of fairy forests. I know. Very surprising for a little robot fairy. So her forest. She lives in another sacred forest, not the same one Maria visited. A different fairy forest. She goes she, out on one of her, like, daily, like, patrols? We'll see. And she sees a bunch of tall, tower over her, these, like, human soldiers from this world's, like, basically Gestalt Empire. And she's naive, she trusts people, she's excited to see some humans. Imagine her being, like, starting off like a naive shonen protagonist. She's lives in a fairy forest, she knows nothing of the world and of cruelty. She collects acorns and berries. She spends her days daydreaming of going on adventures and beating up bad guys. As an innocent little girl, she lives in her imagination, she sees herself as a hero. In her little town, somewhere in this big forest, is, like, other furry people, like other wolf people. She's essentially, like, almost like a werewolf group of people, but they don't turn into, you know, in the full moon. They're just, like, they're just wolf people. And so she eventually comes across, like, some evil Empire people on the outskirts of town, thinking like the Empire from Star Wars, or the Gestalt Empire, other evil empire. They're like a fascist nation. They don't respect anyone other than strong, tall, racially pure humans. And they're in, like, their uniforms, and they're looking for resources to pillage on the way to the next town they're gonna destroy. And they're like, wait, there's people in this forest? Because they were just rummaging for materials. And they're like, oh, who is this little wolf girl? And she's like, wow, humans. And then they're like, oh, where's your little village? And she's like, oh, I'm not supposed to tell outsiders where my village is. It's a secret. She leads them there anyway, and then they, like, burn the village to the ground and enslave everyone. And kill a bunch of people. And so her and her parents are made slaves. And she loses her naive innocence and sees the cruelty of the world. And her entire focus for the next couple years is she wants to free and see her parents again. And she grows more and more hatred towards the Empire. So you can think of her as adjacent to, like, the freedom fighters from Sonic, mixed with, like, I guess, like, the Espers from Final Fantasy VI. And the Empire is gonna be like the Gestalt Empire. Eventually, Maria's gonna have some run-in, and have to also fight this Empire because they're obviously evil. And they want to exterminate the world of non-humans anyway, which would include her. They're just like a stand-in for imperialism, this Empire. But anyway, she grew up being extremely adventurous. And she's in the same world and setting as Maria's in, and she was based on this. She was based off a lot of different ideas. Maria's based on some ideas I want to explore. Luru, because I didn't just want to name her Lulumu, is an idea I wanted to explore because she was in my head as soon as I saw and bought this avatar. I was like, what would this character be like? And so I, like, imagined the fairy forest she would have grew up in, how she would have a story, what would happen if she interacted with people. And so I developed this entire lore about this, like, adventurous furry girl. Because I wanted her to have her own story too. I've thought about a lot of characters in my head. Maria's not my only OC. But if anyone was more tomboyish between her and Maria, it would be her, because she's, like, insists on going on patrols. And has like a little wooden sword she made herself. She likes sitting stuff with her sword, and she thinks she's undefeatable. And she's extremely feisty. And she's basically a hero of her own story in her head. She sees herself as a big hero. So, like, I guess if you were to compare these to, like, male characters that would make them tomboyish, I guess they both have elements of Naruto. Maria is like the side of Naruto that is ashamed of having a demon inside of them. Learns to control the demon powers, in Naruto's case it's like the nine-tailed fox. And wants to be accepted as an outsider in their village. Luru is like the part of Naruto that's like, I'm not gonna take shit from anyone and I'm a big hero. And is extremely feisty and aggressive. Honestly, she's like a lot of shonen protagonists who are like, I'll kick Reason to the curb and beat your ass. To differentiate them, Maria the Succubus has low self-esteem, and Luru the Furry Girl has a very strong sense of self-esteem. It is kind of her, Larry, but also this is a character another creator made. Who is a VR chat creator on Booth. But a similar character has existed in my head since I bought that avatar. So yes and no. So I want to take my inspiration from her and like flesh out this idea that exists in my head since I discovered her. How dare you run away so quickly? I feel like they symbolize different things in my head. And they're not just a repeat of the same character. I accidentally called her Liero because I also kind of imagine she's a little bit like Liero. I didn't imagine her looking... I mean, essentially she looks similar, but like I said, it can't be exactly who she is, because that's already someone else's OC. But that's the inspiration for Luru. Ooh, this is bad. I need heals. Unfortunately, Lulumu is not my own character. But ever since discovering Lulumu, it made my imagination run wild. Run absolutely wild with ideas. Wonder how far I am from the next level. Alright, tell me how far I am from the next level. Oh lord, that's a lot. Good lord, that's a lot. Watch some anime. Ooh, I love Star Wars Visions! Nice. That's gonna be big speed. Oh, so it's motivating enough that makes me want to quit for the needs, cause I'm already getting tired. Alright, Javjag. Do you think that it would be better for me to write Luru as a separate— I'll get to you later, Golden Green. Luru as a separate story? As a separate novel? Or like dedicate a couple chapters in Maria's book to her? Because I do want them to like meet up and join at some point. Who's the edgy? Ow, the edge. Ow, the edge. Ninth Jedi. Which one was the Ninth Jedi, I wonder? Is it part of the first season of Visions or the new season? I really like the Leppy girl. Lup, I think her name is. And then have a dedicated story for her later. So start off her story and just touch upon it in Maria's story, and then have a separate one later. Is both season 1 and 3. Oh, is it? Which one was the Ninth Jedi? Because I've seen season 1. Speaking of furries, I like the one with the Leppy girl. Introduce her, build her up a bit. Alrighty. I'm going to introduce you to a character who I've thought a lot about, who isn't Maria. Maybe I should go try to defeat the dragon now. I'm probably strong enough. Let's go try to beat the dragon. Go see Princess Gwaelin. It was a long grind. But thou must. Should be more manageable now. For Game of Thrones. I mean, maybe kind of. Oh, my story isn't quite as messed up as Game of Thrones. It's got some pretty extreme content. Is said character? Which said character Luru? She's a female wolf girl, not a shapeshifter. Guess you could say she's similar to werewolf, depending on your interpretation of a werewolf. But she doesn't shapeshift between human and wolf, she's just a wolf girl. Another new character. I mean, I've got other characters, I just wanted to let you know. I was just like, yeah, I'm glad I shared a character other than Maria, since I talk so much about her. I mean, I do have other characters in mind, but I'll discuss them another time. Is this the green dragon I'm supposed to defeat? I'm about to find out. Ow. Oh, I defeat the green dragon! Nice. Oh, there's Gwaelin. That was a lot easier than the golem. Thou art brave indeed to rescue me, Raleigh. I am Gwaelin, daughter of Lorik. Wilt thou take me to the castle? No, but thou must. Aw. But thou must. Princess Gwaelin embraces thee. I'm so happy. I just had to hear the but thou must line. Oh my gosh, I'm literally carrying her. Oh my gosh, you can walk yourself, Gwaelin. Walk on your own 2 feet, Gwaelin. You have legs, Gwaelin, use them. The nerve of this woman, expecting me to carry her all the way back to the castle. What happened? Did the dragon break your legs or something? But thou must. Apparently. Cool that you're still here, Cricketune. Didn't know that you were still there. Hey. I'm getting tired. In the mud. You couldn't tell for like... Hold? Hold. Take her to the inn? Sure. Why not? Let's find out what happens. I'm gonna be like, you can't do this to the princess. You can't bet our princess. Harumph! What are you trying to do, sir? Good morning. Literally nothing happened, Cricketune. Or is it a different place? Is there a different inn? This is something different. Oh, is that so? Oh. Sure had a wonderful night. Lol. Forever shall I be grateful for the gift of my daughter. Return to her home, Morelli. Let's try that again. Forever shall I be grateful for the gift of my daughter. Return to her home, Morelli. Accept my thanks. Now, Gwaelin, come to my side. Gwaelin then whispers, wait a moment, please. I would give a present to Morelli. Please accept my love, Morelli. Even when we two are parted by great distances, I shall be with thee. Farewell, Morelli. So I wish to continue, I suppose. I love thee, Morelli. What is into the next level again? Ugh, that's a lot of experience. Maybe I should just go get the Heroes Medal. So much experience. Alright, let's hope I can live long enough to get over there. After I do that, I guess I'll do the raid by that, like, edgy person Golden Cream mentioned. Do hit 16 was hit 16. Oh, hit level 16. Is it really safe enough of a level? Like, fighting the one enemy is pretty tough. Yeah, the Oxide, that's what they were called. I'm a long way from that level. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I do want to at least see if I can get the Hero's Medal. Gotta power up the Masamune. I'm definitely stronger than I once was. I remember these wyverns gave me a lot more trouble. I can see why people said that JRPGs used to be grindy. Cause this game is pretty grindy, honestly. Not all JRPGs are grindy, but this one's pretty grindy. Not gonna lie. Any of them? That's so. I mean, I don't think all Dragon Quest games are as grindy as this one, though. Then again, I do think that the Dragon Quest is one of the more grindy JRPG series out there. So fair enough, I guess. Oh, come on. Something. Dadgum sleep spell. This is what I did my run the other day. Or a couple hours ago, rather. Sleep is dangerous. So true. Maybe I should stop by this village and get some sleep. And some more herbs. This thing is hard. Can use spells. I guess I should use stop spell on that enemy. The wyvern. The Maju wyvern or whatever. Oh, it's this place. I went to the wrong place. Well, at least I'm getting some experience points, but still. Golden Cream, was it you who wanted me to raid someone? Oh, dang it. Fine, let's see if it works. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm glad that worked. Change rate target, yes. Though it may still be a little longer. Just a little. I want to get that medal. Nice. I don't know if I can survive long enough to get there. I may have to start over. Doggum Star Wyvern. You'll make it? You really think so? I'm pretty low on MP and items. And I have a limited number of heals left. I feel like I should try it again, honestly. Alright, let's see if I can make it to the town. I see you didn't use a sleep spell. No, I think I need to return. Sorry, Cricketoon. I think I need to take another trip. This is a tough journey. For sure this time, though. I think that's the limit. In mid-80. Better safe than ouchies. Yeah, I especially don't want to lose all that gold. I'm trying to save up for that shield after all. Stunk up on herbs. Dang, I'm getting tired though. Almost been a 10-hour stream. Alright, let's make it down. My plan is to make it to Caitlin? Cutlin? I forget how it's spelled or said exactly. But I'm gonna get down there. Cantlin. Yes, Cantlin. And take a sleep to refresh my stats, buy some herbs, then continue on so they can get the medal. Right, simple wyvern is fine. Well, that only did 1 HP of damage. Yeah, I really have gotten a lot stronger. Oh my gosh, Wes, you do this to me. I'm not enjoying this, number of random encounters. Those are quite the boots you have there, Sir Nate. At least I'm getting experience. Okay. I do like how the Demon Knight is just like this creepy shadow. It's kinda cool. It's like legitimately creepy. really takes advantage of fear of the unknown. Gives them a sort of ineffable quality. Nice. Not nice. Oh dear. But yeah, I like the Demon Knights design. It's definitely creepier because it's just a shadow. Again, I don't know the best way to explain why it's like so creepy and unsettling, but I think it's like fear of the unknown. It's so otherworldly you can't even see them. Like some sort of shadow being that shouldn't exist. And yet here they are in front of you. Alright, let's take a sleep at the inn. Buy some herbs. Wait, did I use any herbs? I don't think I used any. That's a good thing. Yeah, I didn't use any herbs. I'm good. I'm definitely getting tired. At least the poison tells don't take away too much HP. Thank you for letting me run away. Swamp. It's kind of intimidating. Alright, let's hopefully live long enough to... Do you remember which one of these tiles has the, down a bit? Yeah, maybe. And unfortunately, I forgot the exact tile. There it is! The hero's medal. Yay! Might as well go save. And next stream, I'll do more. I'd say I made pretty decent progress today. I mean, I better have. It's been a 10-hour stream. Alright, Golden Cream. Who do you want me to raid? Pumacat, alright. What's so funny? No problem, Golden Cream. Thanks everyone for being here. Pumacat. Alrighty. Oh, okay. What's this YouTuber? Oh, I remember them. Oh no.
Hey, Robot Fairy.
Might as well. Oh, my lord.
Welcome in. I'm struggling to fish. Oh god. Hey, I got him. Oh, that's a tiny motherfucker. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the
Just the
party.
boy wife. Lol.
I'm having fun. Trying to chill out. I also did not know it had fishing.
Alright, time to
I
raid.
just found out right now.
Raid and kinda raid and run. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay. It's getting late. Gosh, it's like 3:30.
It's in, the Oasis, where you learn how to
I'm
fish.
tired.
I don't know why this one is purple.
Alright. I'll see y'all. This was a long Dragon Quest stream.
That's a jiggly.
I like to hope I made up for the last couple of days.
Quite a butt on her.
Lol, she sure does.
It's pretty.
Alright.
Oh, dude,
See
there's no way I'm
y'all.
getting this fish.
I'm tired. It's late.
It's like half
Good
the game.
night.
It's just for butt.
Alright, time. Thanks, Crickadoon. Good night. Pressing rage now. 10, 9, 8, 7,
Hey,
6,
Crane, you're still here?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff.
This minigame's actually fucking hard. Oh my god. Hey, Larry. Navjack, thank you for the follow. Holy crap. Holy shit. And also thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Oh, shit. Amen, for real. Fairy raid. Woo!